The recording has started.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Harold Zawadzki. I am the chairman of the Fairfield Board of Assessment Appeals. Today is Monday, March 15th, and the time is 4:08 p.m. And we are beginning our meeting to deliberate the hearings that we have properly heard. And I'm calling this meeting to order. And I would ask Kathy if you would please do a roll call to make sure that we have a quorum. Kathy?
Okay, Polak Kuzo,
Here.
Kathleen Griffin,
Here.
Alexis Harrison. She's not present. Peter Rupert, not present. Harold Zawadzki,
Here, Harold's here.
Ronique Patel,
Here.
John Spoiler, not here. Judy Zablack, not here. Catherine Giff,
Catherine is here.
that completes the roll call.
Thank you. We do have a quorum. There are 5 members present. And this meeting is, as I said, for deliberation and voting upon appeals properly brought before the board. Our secretary has been kind enough to work up a list of appeals to be discussed and voted on to help put some order to our work here and to make us more efficient. And I believe we are working with the list that was put together for today. And working from the bottom of the list up, I see that Kathleen, you have the first one to discuss, and then we'll follow that with Ronique for you, and then I'll step in.
Sure, my sheet's not behaving today. Let's see.
If you'd like, we
You know what, can I pass? I actually prepared some of my Sherman ones, but, or I will just take a minute and grab it and see if oh, I know. The first one we postponed because it was College Place. So if you look over to the right, we took no action on it before on 3-9 in that
Yes.
decision column. So I think we're still waiting on that. I think until we do, I believe, I'm going to get better at my notes. I believe it was when we do Fairfield Beach Road, we decided we would try the College Place ones. Ronique, is that what, remember, is that, I believe that's what we said. Right, so we're waiting off on that one. So if Ronique's ready, he's got 3 in that, what we call Neighborhood 69 Reef Road.
Yes, this is Harold, and then I think I'd like to finish up Reef Road as well. Go ahead, Ronique.
Perfect. So I can start off with the College Place one that I have. So I would like to present to the board appeal number 47, 140 College Place for appellant Israel Hirsch. Requested value $400,000 for a town value of $510,500. And I'll give you guys a moment to pull that up. I just look up ready. So Israel gave me quite a few comps, 2 of which in particular are probably the most similar to his home, but they're further inland down the road with a couple of different other complications. He is closer to the beach area, but he was saying his house particularly is more in the marsh area, so it's noisy and it's not necessarily the beach area. And so he was thinking the most comparable home to his would be 251 Oldfield Road. 251 Oldfield Road is more inland, and it has 2 times the land. It sold on November 3rd, 2020 for $428,000. So the appellant's square footage is 3,060, 251 Oldfield, 6,800. Living square footage, the appellant is 816 square feet, 251 Oldfield, 1054. But so based on that criteria alone, it does seem pretty fair for a $400,000 valuation. The other comparable he gave, which is probably similar, but it's still further down.
We
Oh,
need to make a
sorry.
motion to discuss. You're doing
That's
a
right.
great job of discussing.
My apologies.
I got your
I would
back.
like to
You
make a
need to make a motion first.
Thank you. I would like to motion to approve Israel Hirsch's requested value of $400,000 at 140 College Place for discussion. Do
I
have a
will second it. Catherine will second for discussion. Thanks, Ronnie.
Perfect. Sorry about that. I forgot. This is the first time I did it this way. I've heard everyone else.
I got your back. We're working it together. Okay. I'm going back
Appreciate
to
it.
realistic comp. All set. All good.
Perfect.
All good.
The other comparable he gave was 770 Reef Road. This one's 2 times the land size and bigger square footage as well. That sold on June 30th for $400,000. Those 2 out of the 4 he gave me are probably the most comparable to his house. They're all in the same neighborhood, but again, his house is closer to the water. But he was saying that it's marsh area and it's noisy and it's not necessarily the beach area. And he feels like he's being evaluated as if he's a beachfront house. And if you see pictures of his house online, it is really small. And it is raised. So it's 800 square feet. I just didn't see it to be completely far off the mark, but just wanted your input on if we are evaluating as if it's beach closer to the property, then I would be okay declining it. But if we are not, and it's more comparable to the 251 Oldfield, then I would be more comfortable with it.
This is Harold. Is 250 Oldfield Road in the same neighborhood code?
It's in the same neighborhood. It's just further down inland.
Thank you.
Ronnie, isn't this the street behind the old North, the secret? Okay, so it's pretty close to the beach. It's basically just on the other side of Fairfield Beach Road. Okay, so it's not as
That's
far
what I'm
up.
thinking.
Okay. It's definitely
Kathleen?
walk. Okay.
Yeah, sure. So this is Kathleen. He paid $525 for it. Is that what he says in there in 2016 after sort of the decline or whatever in the beach area? So did he tell you why he thought his property would go down in value from $525 to $400? You know, when in general with the pandemic and everything, we've seen real estate prices going up.
Yeah, I actually have that written down, and I forgot to mention that. In 2016, he did pay $525,000, and he believes he paid too much. And so that's why I'm inclined to reject it. And also, we have it at $510. It's not that far from what he paid.
This is Harold, and his request for value is how much?
400.
This is Harold. That seems a bit low to me.
I believe so too.
It is a bungalow, but it has been raised. It has 816 square feet of living space, but 2 garages underneath. It's got 3 bedrooms, 1 bath. Nice summer home.
Yeah, and I was leaning towards a no anyways, but when I saw 251 in comparison on the numbers, it looked comparable. But I mean, to Kathleen's point, he paid $525, and it's closer to the water.
This is Kathleen. Yeah, Oldfield Road, you have to go all the way up Reef Road and go left or right. That's Oldfield Road, you know, over towards the marsh. So I'd be surprised if there weren't other comparables down on the, on the point down there that he may have thought were higher and he could have adjusted down to those. But to go to Oldfield Road, I'm not that comfortable with that. I didn't map exactly where 770 Reef Road is. But again, I'm not, I see the comparables. I believe there were some sold on, in the Lantern Point area that are, sort of bungalow type properties. And I would have expected to see those on this list and not an Oldfield property.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, is there any other points to talk about or questions on this, or can I? Okay. I would like, well, so if we're doing it this way, I would like a motion to approve Israel Hirsch's request of $400,000 at 140 College Place for appeal number 47.
Yes, yeah, I think the motion's on the table. This is Kathleen, right, Harold? So you can call for the vote, I believe, I think.
Well, do we have it
Oh, okay.
seconded yet?
Yes,
I seconded the motion.
My
for
apologies.
discussion.
no worries.
Do we have a second? Yes. All right.
I had seconded.
We have a second from Catherine Giff. So I will call for a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal in full, raise your hands.
Hands up, Harold.
I see. All those opposed, raise your hand. The appeal is not granted. It is denied with a score of 1-4-0. Thank you.
Thank you. And so the next one is on Reef Road I have, and this is appeal number 548 for property address 771 Reef Road for John Altieri. Requested value $519,400 compared to the town's value of $772,100. And I would like to motion to approve John Altieri's appeal for discussion.
This is Harold. I second.
Great. And do we vote on that or no? No. Yeah. Sorry.
So I open this appeal for discussion.
Perfect. So John Altieri, he came in with a professional appraisal, which is attached. Let me just pull it up here. So the appraisal was dated August 18th, 2020. And so it is appraised for, where's that value? $742,000. His requested value is $519,400, but I believe he was confused with appraisal versus market. I would be looking at appraising it down to the appraisal value of $742,000 compared to his requested value, so that's a partial. The one comparable that we talked about the most was 203 Catherine Terrace. 203 Catherine Terrace sold for $760,000. And that was on, let me find that date. I just had it here. On May 4th, 2020. With an appraisal, I was looking at the comparables, and it looks like the appraiser didn't have to make too many adjustments to the comparables. So I was more comfortable with reducing it down to the appraisal value of $742,000.
This is Harold. It appears that this appraisal was done for a bank, and I was wondering, did the purchase price of this property coincide with the appraisal date? Is this a 2020 period purchase?
Hang on. Yeah, so it was, I missed that. So it was in December 2020 for $741,300. So the appraisal came back at $742,000, and he bought it for $741,300 in December.
This is Harold. So it appears that the appraisal was done to provide the funds for perhaps the bank to give Mr. Altieri a mortgage or a loan for the purchase of this house, which may not equate to the value of the house,
Okay.
dollar for dollar. Anyone have any thoughts about that?
This is Paulette. I do. A bank appraisal is far more accurate, if you want to say that, than any other appraisal. The bank is not going to be willing to lend money when they're at risk. The higher the risk, the less likely they are to lend. So if he's got an appraisal that was used for bank for a mortgage, purpose of getting a mortgage, then we're not going to get any better than that. They're not going to overvalue a house when they're on the hook for the money. So that bank appraisal should stand as it is, stand alone on its own. And that's really the number that we should be looking at.
This is Harold, but just help me understand. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but wouldn't the bank undervalue
No,
the house to
No,
assure
I'm
that
sorry.
they're not giving more money than they have to?
no. How it works is, if the bank thinks, let's say you're buying a house for $500,000 and you're borrowing, say, $400,000. The bank will lend you, depending on the loan you're getting, the standard traditional loan, they'll lend you 80% of the value, what the value that they believe, not the value that you're paying. So if they think it's worth 500, they'll give you 80% of 500 if you want that, or 400. So if you're buying it for 400, they will not undervalue the house. They will tell you that the house is worth 300,000, and they'll give you 80% of 300, rather than give you 80% of the actual amount you're paying for the house if they don't think it's worth. That's why they're so important. If the bank, even if it's right, even if you have tons of comps and the bank comes in and says, no, we don't believe it's worth that, you don't get your money.
That I understand. So this is Harold again. So isn't the amount that the bank has appraised the property at is based upon what you're explaining to me? It seems to me that that's 80% of the value that they assume that the property has.
No. They're valuing it at 100%, and they will lend you 80% of it.
Oh, okay.
They'll lend you
Thank you.
90. It all depends on what loan you're getting. But
Yes.
technically, a standard loan is an 80-20 ratio. They'll value it 100% and then lend you 80%.
This is Catherine.
And-
I agree with Paulette, and I'll take it even a step further. An appraiser should not be aware of what the bank is willing to lend or the lender is asking for. The appraiser stands by their own. They come through it. It doesn't mean that they know the value of the loan anyway. And I think that's outside of the venue here. I think that's outside of our, I'm going to go with Paulette. Like this is an appraiser. The date looks good. A review of the comps looks good. It's almost just a comfort level. I will be voting for the appraisal amount.
This is Kathleen Ronig. Did just arm's length transaction, or Paulette, you can check that. I assume it was on the market, MLS, no family transfers or anything like that. It was,
Harold, it looks like
It
a
was a
qualified
qualified
sale.
sale.
qualified sale. Okay, I agree. And I just want to
Yeah,
correct, this is Kathleen. Ross, can you also correct it? Because we have his requested value as 519,400. So Ronik, what is the 0.7? I just want to get this right because we do track what they request. So.
So he didn't give me a corrected amount. So if I were to motion on this, I would motion for partial approval for the appraisal value of 742.
Yeah, the numbers that I see listed here are he used the assessed values, not the appraisals.
So can someone do the math and just tell me what the 519,400 is appraised?
It is 742, the appraisal.
Okay, so we'll assume he asked for
Okay, thank you.
742. Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
So Ross,
So
if you
I
can
don't think
correct
it's a-
that in that master spreadsheet too, I want to try to get some of these values correct so that we're tracking, what they actually asked for, because some of them were confused. So
Yes.
so then that would be a grant. We're assuming he asked for 742, so we don't even need an amended motion, right? It's just if you're gonna stay with that number. Mhm.
This is Harold. I believe that's correct. And also I want to thank Paulette and Catherine for the explanation. The question was meant for educational and understanding purposes. So if there's no further discussion, I'm going to call a vote. Do I have a raise of hand if there's any further discussion? There's no further discussion, so I will call the vote. All those in favor of granting the appeal, say aye, raise your hand. It's unanimous. The appeal is granted 5-0. Unanimously, let me put it that way. Granted unanimously. Thank you, Ronique. Do you have another?
I do. So last one I have on Reef Road would be appeal number 200, and that's 417 Reef Road for appellant Constantina Karageorge. Requested value $340,000 compared to our town value of $502,600. And I would like to motion to deliberate on appeal number 200 for discussion on approval of $340,000.
This is Kathleen Rodick. Was 200 on the list? I'm just looking for appeal. Oh, there it is. I see the Karageorge one. I'm sorry. I got it.
Okay.
I will second the motion for discussion. Ronique, just for clarification, are these assessed or are these fair market values that are given in the appeal? Is 502, yes, just the numbers are right? Yeah. It matches the town.
Yeah.
Okay, we're talking fair market. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Am I able? or
The
did we
appeal
vote
is open for discussion.
Okay, perfect. So she does have some sales data that's listed in her documents. And before I go into the sales data, basically what she did was she took the average of her house on the square footage basis to be about 269 square footage and then added it, which is why she came out to 393,000 on a square footage basis. So she didn't think that, and the average sale price was about 360,000 for the 3 homes that she thought was comparable. And so from between 293 for the square footage calculation she made to the average sale price of 360, I don't think she was necessarily that far off with the 340 valuation. The comparable sales she has listed are the 3 houses, 173 Blaine Street, 85 Cummings Ave, and 401 Oldfield Road. So 85 Cummings is the closest with the square footage. And that sold on July 16th, 2020 at $360,000, where she's requesting $340,000. 173 Blaine, on a square footage basis, it is larger. It's 1,590 square feet compared to her 1,092, and that sold on May 1st, 2020 at $355,000. And 401 Oldfield, that is 1,464 square feet compared to her 1,092. That sold on March 17th for $365,000. On a land basis, she has more land than 401 Oldfield, but less land than 85 and 173. And all the sales were during the pandemic. Well, obviously all last year, but that's what she wanted to say.
Where on Reef Road is this, Ronique? Is it closer to the 7-Eleven? Is it down by the Seacrate? Do you know the location?
Yeah, so it's closer to the 7-Eleven.
Okay.
Yeah. She's not too far from the 7-Eleven.
This is Harold. Do we feel that the properties that she has indicated are of comparable quality? I see one is, hers is a Cape. The Oldfield property is a Colonial. And realtors, please correct me if I'm not right on this. Are Colonials valued higher in terms of building style than Capes in general?
General, yes.
Okay.
And she wanted, what was that value she wanted? I'm having trouble with the computer, so I can't see it. What did she want it to? 300 and what?
340,
340. And the town said it was
5026.
5,026. Okay.
This is Kathleen. That's just a really big difference. Do we have any indication as why the town got it so wrong? You know, assuming, I won't say wrong,
Yep.
but why
You
there's a
won't say
huge
wrong.
disparity.
I'm taking a look at, I did not hear appeals in the Reef. Is this, what neighborhood is this? Because I'm looking at the neighborhood code and the neighborhood adjustment.
Reef Road,
And that's neighborhood 69? That
yes.
has a neighborhood adjustment of 2.05? Is that correct? Is that what everybody's been seeing? I have not done, I have not heard the Reef Road neighborhood. So,
This is Harold. Yes, it has a neighborhood adjustment of 2.05, and there is no condition
okay,
factor taken off. It is
but
still
other,
open.
but that is the Reef Road, it is properly classified in the Reef Road neighborhood, and that is the adjustment you've all been seeing.
Mhm.
So Kathleen, I think that's where the variation comes in.
And this is Kathleen. I'm looking at the field card. Her landline alone is 426,200, which is,
Because
what
of
was she
that
asking,
neighborhood.
340 or 360? So.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, she'll be below her land value, so
We don't know that the land value is correct.
I agree with you, whether there should be adjustments on Reef Road for a busier street, you know, assuming that a 6,000 was a 0.13 acres, you know, whether the land here is exactly the same as on some of the side streets that are much, you know, like Long Dean and some of the other ones we've talked about. Probably the land value may be the same, but on Reef Road, you know, which is very busy, you know,
Right.
space.
Well, and
Yeah.
her comps are, they show the land, you know, they're all hovering at 6,000. Oldfield has a smaller lot at 5,000 square feet.
Yeah, and this is Ronique. 85 Cummings is right around the corner from her, and they have more land. They're at 6426 for land. She's at 6,002, and 85 Cummings sold for 360 on July 16th.
And the town has their land value down around that 420 number? I'm just,
I don't know what the field cards on those, but again, I think that's, I mean, information to have, but
right. No, I'm trying to figure it out. That's all. If we put somebody less than their landline, you know, how does the assessor figure that out? So, Ross, do you have any input on that? What would be the best way if we decided we were going to approve this appeal?
Yeah, unfortunately, that'd just be a straight override to get it down to whatever number you come up with. This is Ross, sorry.
And 85 Cummings has their land appraised for 428.7.
Okay, so similar. And
Yeah,
it's sold in the
but even
threes.
though, and it's sold in the threes.
Okay.
I mean, it is on comparable sales in the area. I know the other houses are appraised at that amount, but if we're looking at comparable sales and market value, I mean, that's why I'm leaning towards approving hers, because she does have comparable sales. They are in her area, and they're around what she's requesting.
Correct. Yep.
This is Harold. I would just ask one more question, and then we could see it. If this were to be a tear down, the size of the buildable lot is what? 0.138 acres. That's typical of the area, right? So could the land be worth more for tear down value than the price that she's asking?
I don't think so because the lot might be typical for the area, but it's small. It's too small to put a duplex on. So she
Okay.
loses value there. Most people would, who's going to build a nice single family house on that street? I don't know of anybody. They're mostly building duplexes that they can rent out or live in half and rent half. So her house is in pretty good shape. I'm looking at it. The house inside. So, and the
Understood.
value of the land is 400 and something thousand. Then
Okay.
I don't know.
Any further discussion? I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting the appeal, raise your hands. All those opposed? The vote is carried, 4 votes to grant the appeal in full, 1 opposed. No abstention.
And this is Kathleen.
This is
Harold,
Kathy. Who seconded that, motion? I missed that.
I think Harold seconded that one, Kathy.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
and Harold, this is Kathleen. If you can just state who was opposed, since it wasn't a unanimous vote, so that if anybody's listening, they know how the vote went.
the vote on this appeal number,
Or Kathy can. Yeah, if we would prefer Kathy.
200, it was opposed by Paulette. Okay, can we proceed?
Thank you, yes.
And that's all I have on Reef Road.
Okay. Kathleen, are you caught up or you want me to go?
Oh, this is Kathleen. If you want, I mean, since we just did 140 College Place, if you want me to revisit the 104 College Place, now that we've done one, I'm happy to pull out the paperwork. I can't say that I prepared to do that, but since we just did one, if we can tackle this one at the same time, I'm happy to grab it and see if we can.
Well, that's okay. I mean, since if you're able to listen and be part of this appeal discussion, I can do 1 or 2.
Okay, sure.
Okay. I'm going to call up appeal number 455. The address is 134 Forest Avenue. The owner is Sarah Frick McAleer. And we had an appraisal done on this by Mr. Greg Lane. The town has the property valued at $814,000, and the requested value is $660,000. Now, this is a 4-family home. And looking at the comps that were presented.
Excuse me, this is Kathy. You
We need a
to make
second.
vote.
I'm sorry. Yes, we need a second. It's
This is
seconded,
Ronique. I'll second that.
seconded by Ronique. And did I make a motion yet? No, I didn't. I make a motion to grant this appeal for the requested amount of $660,000. I was getting ahead of myself a bit. Decided to,
And I'll second that motion. This is
and
Ronique.
Ronique has presented. Thank you. Is seconding, yes. Okay, as I was saying, this is a 4-family home, and there aren't too many 4-family homes in this neighborhood. And so I can understand why the appraiser would look at other multifamily homes in Fairfield in other neighborhoods. But aside from that, I think that his comps are good. He valued the property in 2 different ways. He did an income calculation and residential report. I think that for our purposes, the residential report has more meaning. He did apply a sales time adjustment to the properties. And I think that the appraisal is good and valid. The property, the owner came in or I should say, Mr. Lane came in and did disclose that the property is not FEMA compliant. It is in the 100-year floodplain. It is close to the town dump. And at low tide, there's some odor that emanates from the area as well. he recognizes that the property value has gone up, but I think that the comps are good. And I open this up for discussion, but I think that this appeal is appropriate to grant. That's my opinion. Any comments?
This is Kathleen. I'd just like to hear from Catherine if she's willing. I know she's done some, oh, sorry, maybe not.
No.
She's done some
She's
done some multifamily, so she may understand, she may understand more the income approach versus the sales approach or Ross can also explain that. I want a little bit more information about, how that worked. I think Judy was doing most of these, so maybe this was.
Well, how it works, that's why I'm impressed, because I didn't know that we had 4 families, even the 2 families. So the one thing I'm ready to go, this would just be for education or information. I don't want to hold up because we got to keep going on these. I'm not questioning any of his appraisals here, but not knowing the capitalization rate that they use, looks like they acknowledge that they have 4 apartments. They get, I think I passed by, but somewhere around $1,500 in rent from each of them. The field card I thought said 5 bedrooms, but they're representing that each of them has 4. Each of the apartments has 2 bedrooms, which would lead to 8 bedrooms. So their rents are in line with what I'm hearing. To get that for 4 on a capital, they have a pretty good capitalization rate here, but I don't think they should be penalized for that. And I'm looking at the appraiser's report. You don't get that type of cap rate with the 2 families. You're lucky to get 5 or 6% on the 2 families that are renting for that. So, is that the information you kind of wanted to have?
Thank you. Yes, this is Kathleen. Yes. This is Kathleen. And Ross, if you want to, if you have anything to add to what Catherine said about, how the income approach is used on these multifamilies.
Yeah,
I
we don't
think
gather
Ross-
income information on 4-family and down.
Okay.
That's a whole lending thing in zoning, because they really, the financing for them is much more like a single family market. It's when you get past up to 6 houses and up, 6 apartments and up, it's a whole different financing source. So that's why they're looked at as single families.
This is Harold. I'll also point out that this is in the same neighborhood code 69. The neighborhood adjustment is the same. Looking at mappage, you can see where it's located relative to the sewage treatment area. And so being on the western side of that zone, I can understand where the comments were coming from. And so I am of the opinion that it's a fair appraisal, and I would vote accordingly.
This
Any
is Kathleen. Oh, this is Kathleen. I was just looking at the comps. That's all. I didn't know. I know Judy had a bunch of multifamily houses down in this area. She's not on the call today, but maybe this was one that was bumped from her to you. I'm just looking at some of the locations, Black Rock Turnpike, Fairchild Avenue. Those are not necessarily, Ardmore is that over by Home Depot, right? Isn't that where Ardmore is? Maybe Ardmore and.
Yeah, as I stated earlier, I mean, it's hard to find 4-family dwellings in the neighborhood code 69. So I think that I don't fault the appraiser for looking in other areas, which certainly would have a different coding for the neighborhood, and the neighborhood adjustment would be different.
And he was finding ones that had that configuration.
Correct. I think he was focusing on configuration, income.
1 bath.
This is Paulette. I'm sure in his calculations, he accounted for the location. They have to. That's part of the appraisal. They have to account for location. And like Harold said, there aren't many of these, so we have no choice but to go to those neighborhoods because that's where you find them. You don't find them in any of some of the other neighborhoods.
This is Kathleen. Yeah, it looked like he bumped up location. I'm just looking. He did do a bump from the Grandview. I think he left the Ardmore and Riverside Drive the same. Doesn't look like he'd made any adjustments for those two pieces, but he did for the Grandview. It's the same page there twice. I was just looking at comps, comparable rental, comparable sale. I see. I'm confused. Okay, I got it.
This is Harold. Yes, there are two separate reports in this appraisal. Any further discussion? Then I will call the motion to grant this appeal to the requested amount of $660,000, granted in full, to a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal in full, raise your hand. This appeal is granted with a vote of 5-0. It's unanimous. Thank you. The next one I have is number 279. The address is 257 East Lawn Street. The owner is Lucas and Malazzo Rodriguez. I believe I'm stating that correctly. Just validate that on the card. I might be giving a second last name. It's Lucas Rodriguez and Jay Malazzo. Appears to be co-owners. And the town has the property valued at $1,523,600, and the requested value is $1,200,000. Both the subject property and comps. Okay. I make a motion to grant this appeal to the asking price of the owner. Do I have a second?
This is Kathleen. I'll second it.
We have a second from Kathleen, and I open this appeal up for discussion. I'll point out that all the comps are in the same neighborhood code. The other comps are on Pratt and Veris Street. The 94 East Lawn also looks like a good comp. But I think that, and the owner pointed out, or I should say the appraiser pointed out, that there is a measurement of the home. The town has the square footage calculated at 3,808 square feet of living space, and the owner specifies that there is 3,498 square feet, for a difference of 310 square feet, because the second floor does not have a flooring because the foyer is a two-story foyer. So I wanted to point that out. On the card, let's see. It does show that the living space and the floor area for the second floor are the same. And this house also does have a finished attic adding to that square footage. But the owner claims that the 3,808 square feet that's on the card is not correct because of the two-story foyer. This may happen sometime.
Sure, this is Kathleen. Ross, can you speak to that square footage? I know cathedrals ceilings are handled a little bit differently, how your office calculates that when there's two-story entries. You there?
This is Ross. You have to bring me up to speed. I was on a call.
Yes, the appellant and the appraiser states that the second floor space is not measured correctly, that there's a difference of 310 square feet because there's a two-story foyer. And I'm just supposing that perhaps the measurements were taken from the building permit, but during the building process, perhaps the owner decided to have a two-story foyer. I don't know if that ever happens, but this house was
And
built.
what is the address, Harold?
I'm sorry, 256 East Lawn Street.
$256 East Lawn?
Yep. That's correct.
Okay. And where is the cathedral? Or did they indicate whereabouts in that?
The foyer is the pictures were included. The foyer is a two-story foyer. It goes up to the flooring of the second floor. But there's no adjustment on the card for that square footage difference. It's all.
Well, normally it would be, this is Ross, normally that would be in the sketch and it would be listed as cathedral. Would you like me to pass that along and have someone take a look at it?
I think that would be the right thing to do, to see if the measurements are correct, yes?
Yeah, and then we'll either go out and visit it or we'll sketch it from what we have.
Very good.
And the appeal number, I'm sorry?
This appeal number is 279.
Okay.
Carol, this is Kathleen. I just have one question. They paid 1.5 million for it. Is that accurate when they purchased it? Looking at the card here. Oh, they paid 1,425 in 2017. So,
Yeah.
has something happened on the inside that that makes them feel, it says it's 7 years old, but it was bought by Beach Walk Home in 2016. That doesn't quite make it 7 years old unless I'm not doing my math right. Greg Lane, I believe, said the age of the property. Oh, I'm zooming in and out. That's not helping me. Was that, and also because when he did his adjustments to the other new construction on East Lawn, he listed the condition as good, and he gave $100,000 adjustment for the condition. So I'm just wondering if they said that, there was something unusual about that condition that would have brought, made him adjusted by 100,000, and listed as good, where all the others are listed as the other comps are listed as very good or new. That's 100,000 is quite a bit off for a house. It's about the same, it's a 2017. It's not like it's a 2012 or a 2007 home.
Well, this is how I see that and I agree. So I don't think that the difference in value is only related to that square footage, but I think it's worthwhile for us to get that square footage bit figured out and then see if the appraiser has taken the proper time adjustments relative to the sales period. I think that sometimes there's a hot market and sometimes it's a cool market, so it varies. So I would suggest that we take no action on this and allow the assessor to investigate the square footage question.
This, Kathleen, if I can, I just want to make one more comment. So when he adjusted the 94 East Lawn, I just want to look at that closely. He did bump it up 76,000 for the time adjustment because that closed in April. So that would bring bring it up around 1.33. And then he took the 100,000 off for the condition. He took some 30,000 off for the room count. I don't know if room count matters because the square footage on the subject property is actually bigger. And so if that gross living area, if in fact the town has it correct and that gross living area is bigger, then, that adjustment should even be more. So I guess when we revisit this, I just want to, perhaps take a look at those numbers in that comp sale. Number one, just seems, the adjustments don't seem, I don't know, just a little wondering where those come from. That's all. Thank you.
Yep, this is Harold. We can certainly make note of that to check the comp one.
This is Paulette. I have a question. I understand there's a problem with footage that needs to be corrected, and that's a good thing, and it should be right. But I'm wondering why we're holding off on this. Do we not have an appraisal by a licensed appraiser known to the community? Does he not have comps that are on the same street? Did he not make adjustments? Then why are we not voting on granting the appeal based on the appraisal?
Sure. This is Kathleen. I'm sorry. Oh, I can.
This is Harold. I would say that there's quite a big discrepancy between the two numbers. And I think that it's, sometimes the appraisals will be skewed somewhat. And I don't speak of all of appraisals, or in fact, we use the analogy of attorneys who might be working on a contingency basis for a personal injury, for example. I mean, they're going to try to get as much as they can for their clients. So maybe these comps are skewed somewhat, and we need to look at them further.
I think Judy and I, this is Paul, I think Judy and I have beat a dead horse over and over again about the purpose of the appraisal, how it's done, how it's not our job or responsibility or within our knowledge level to nitpick every part, every line item on that appraisal and think we know better because we don't. So
Well,
I'm happy. If we should wait because it's going to make a difference and we want to see the square footage, fine, I'm happy to wait. But when we, I'm going to tell you right now, when we vote on this, I'm voting for the appraisal value because that is the value. No matter what we think, he's the licensed appraiser. He's under oath when he provides it. He's got a license at risk if he's lying. And so I do not see why we think we know better than him on every one of these that we look at. We have to nitpick every item on it. It's just a waste of time. But whatever, I'll vote. If we want to wait, we can wait.
This is Harold. I'd rather do that than take the risk, and perhaps we'll have more people on the panel when we review this the next time. I don't want to take the risk of coming up with a vote that does not represent the opinion of the full board.
Okay, that's fine.
For what it's worth,
I just noticed a pattern. I don't have much of a discrepancy.
I understand. We're far back enough, behind enough that I don't think this one will matter that much. And I do understand, and I have thought about your comments about appraisers and how we should respect their opinions. And just like we agreed to the last one, to agree with the appraiser, I think we will have many others where we agree with the appraiser.
I agree with you, Harold, but I'm noticing a pattern of when the house is not of a high value, we seem to be much quicker than when it is of a higher value. But the point is, if it's an appraisal, it's an appraisal. And if we're going to look at them to make sure that, yes, they look right and pass them through, that's fine. Just because this one happens to be a large amount of money, we're going to nitpick it. That's what I object to. And it's happening over and over and over again. And I'm saying that because I want it on the record.
Yes, I understand. This is Harold. I understand, Paulette. But when we consider granting an appeal that creates a $320,000 swing, that's going to be absorbed by the rest of the taxpayers, okay?
And that is the problem though, Harold. That's not our, I understand what you're saying and I know that. I'm well aware of
I'm a,
that.
ta-
And I,
I'm a taxpayer too.
so am I. I don't want to pay more taxes, but if it's wrong, it's wrong. And it shouldn't be that person's responsibility to bear that burden if an error was made. Unfortunately, we all have to bear it. But
Yes.
that's the way the system works.
Yes,
We shouldn't be more scrutinizing of something that's going to be a large difference than a small difference. A difference is a difference, and every taxpayer has the right to be treated fairly in their assessments and appraisals.
I don't know if we have to vote on this, but I'm making a motion that we take no action on this. Kathleen?
Yeah, Paulette, I just wanted to clarify this. So if in fact the square footage is incorrect in the town field card, they will need to adjust the, Ross will give us a new number, but we, because he's already signed the grand list for 2020, any of these adjustments, we still have to vote on them. So whether someone said, I don't have a garage anymore, and they go out and they look and they take the garage off the card, he can change that for the 2021 grand list, but he can't change it for the 2020. We have to change it for this year. So if in fact their value is going to come down by, because we were wrong about the square footage, that provides a new number. The reduction becomes different. The appraisal, because Greg did his appraisal based on that, not counting that 310 square feet, where if the town is saying, yes, we need to count the 310, and that's how we consistently count it across town. So I just think we need to get that new number from Ross, if in fact there is a new number, so that we can vote on it correctly. And Catherine has one that maybe she's ready to present, but there was a generator from the other day, that in fact we do need to vote on because the generator was taken off. He can't do it anymore. We have to make all those changes for him. So that's why it's a good idea to let him come back with confirmation, send an appraiser out, send one of his people out to look at the property, get us the correct town value, and then we can decide if it, what the reduction is and all that.
And I
So,
have a problem with that. That's not what I was saying. I'm fine
Yeah.
waiting to get the correct square footage. It was the other part of it, of how we deal with it that I object to.
yeah, okay, so this got, that's why we're waiting. That's why I would wait on this one till we get clarification on
Yep.
square footage.
That's fine. I have no problem waiting.
All right, do we need to vote on the motion I made to take no action, or we just proceed?
Let's proceed.
I have nods of heads, so we will proceed.
Hey, Harold, this is
Yes.
Ross.
Yes,
I would think it would be appropriate to withdraw your motion.
okay. I withdraw my motion to grant this appeal in full. I withdraw my motion.
I'll second that motion. This is Rep.
Thank you. Do we need to vote on that? Anyone know?
I think because you made it, you can withdraw it. This is Kathleen, pretty sure, right? Catherine's nodding her head, so I think that's true.
Thank you. Thank you, those in the know. All right, Catherine, do you want to go? I have more that I can come back to.
Oh,
Catherine, you're muted.
You're mute. Muted, I should say.
Okay, it's exactly what Kathleen had said. We had brought up, I want to get the right appeal number. It is appeal 464, 8 Eunice Avenue. A card correction to vote on. The owner says there's no generator and it's valued at 15,000 on the Fields card. So I'd like to make a motion to remove the generator from the Fields card. May I have a second?
I second. This is Harold.
Okay, it's been seconded, and that's the whole,
this is Kathleen. I think the motion actually has to be to grant the appeal and reduce the appraised value to whatever the new value is without the $15,000 generator on it. Pretty sure. Ross can correct me.
to remove the generator from the Fields card. The
Right.
tax value of 1,070,000, to make a motion to decrease the town's value of $1,784,000 by $15,000 due to the removal of the non-existent generator from the field card, leaving a new value of, like to say I could do that in my head, but just in case, 1,000,000.
This is Kathleen. Ross has his hand up, so hold on one sec. What are you saying, Ross?
I can remove the generator and give you that number right now.
1,769 even.
1,769,000 even, yes.
Thanks, Ross. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Harold?
And
Any-
this is Kathleen. I think that's all they appealed, right? Was that they wanted the generator taken off? No.
They appealed. And we voted to deny the rest of the appeal.
Okay, so this would be, I think this is a grant in part. I don't know what motion you had on the table the other day, whether it was drawn, but it's probably a grant in part to 769, right? Because they're not getting what they asked for. 1,769,000, I believe.
You need to say something to that effect, or that's the motion? I'll second
Friendly,
that.
you could make a, this is Kathleen, you make a friendly amendment, I think.
I'll second that friendly amendment. Or that amendment.
To grant in part and reduce the appraised value to 1,769,000.
Do you need a second? If you do, I'll second it.
I think I seconded Kathleen's. Yes, that's good. Harold seconded.
Any further discussion? We'll take a vote. The vote to grant the new number of
769.
$769,000. Raise your hand. It's unanimous. 5-0, unanimous. Okay, thank you. Who's up?
This is Kathleen. Harold, I'm moving up the list. I see you with 664 Beach Road. If you're ready, appeal number 42.
I am.
Hi.
We're discussing appeal number 42. The address is 664 Beach Road. The owner is Jane McDonald. The appellate's opinion of fair market value is $750,000. The town's value is $826,000.
Sorry, this is Revney. What was that appeal number one more time?
Yes, the appeal number is 42.
Great, thanks.
I make a motion to grant the appeal to the requested value. Do I have a second?
This is Kathleen. I'll second it.
Kathleen has seconded my motion. The owner specifies that she purchased the house in October of 2019 for $709,000, and at that time, she had an appraisal for $715,000. And it was listed for $729,000. Now, in looking at this information, the owner did not provide any comps, minimal information. So I recall, let me just verify that.
There's a,
And
there's a,
my feeling was that, I did look at some of the comps on the street. The closest ones I could find were 650 and 650 was really the closest one. There was another one at 634, which sold, I think recently, but that was 1,109,000. So I didn't think that that was that valid. But 650 did sell as land only for $750,000. So it seems to me, although this property is not necessarily, well, it is on the same block. It's 664 versus 650. That the land's value, the value of the land alone, just about equates to what her value is, or it gets pretty close to it, with not much of a house on it. Okay, so she's not claiming much reduction on the house. She did have an informal hearing that reduced her value about $25,000, so that was good for her. There was an appraisal. Let's see if I have that. Yes, there is an appraisal. I'm sorry. I just did not have a copy of it printed out. I think what's interesting is that this is the subject property is a cape. Which may not have the same value as some of the colonials that are on the block. I don't think that the comps were that good. And she did already get an informal adjustment. Any comments? And by the way, one more thing, this is Harold again. This was prior to the reval period and doesn't say who the appraisal was done for. I don't know. Not, at least not on the cover sheet.
I'm sorry, I can't see that right now. She actually has an appraisal?
2019,
Yes,
yes, this
there
was
is an appraisal attached dated August
Yeah,
21st,
appraisal-
2019.
And that,
She says on her cover sheet that the appraisal was for her purchase.
okay,
So she purchased for 709 in October of 2019, and the appraisal came in at 715 at that time.
okay.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. It looks like it's a Greg Lane appraisal.
Yes, it is.
It is, okay.
I failed to mention that. And her current opinion of fair market value is $750,000.
So her idea of fair market value is more than what she paid for? And more than what the appraisal is for?
And more than the appraisal, yes.
Okay, so would there be a reason why we wouldn't think that's a good thing?
No, I don't think that there's any reason why we wouldn't think it's a good thing off the bat. If the comparables that are being used are valid, the two properties that are listed are on the Old Post Road. Well, two of them are on the Old Post Road, and one is on
Mhm.
Quincy Street.
Okay. I have no problem with comps on the Old Post Road. That's an expensive place to live.
Yes.
Beach Road's busy, Old Post Road is busy. Yes, it's busier than Beach, but Beach is fair share of traffic. Quincy, I don't know. About Quincy, it depends on which house it is. Some of them are newer and they're bigger. I don't know, but I'm looking at the picture of the house. I looked at the inside pictures, and based on what all the information tells me is that it's an appropriate value. So I have no problem. I would vote to accept this. So I have no reason not to.
Any comments from anyone?
Again, with how, how Paulette's thinking, this house had a list price of 729 when she purchased it. I don't no, I'm assuming then it was an unqualified sale with to have the appraisal and everything. So just yet another piece of information.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. There is, on the top of the appraisal, like regularly, there's something about a 1,675,000. This was an arm's length transaction, properly currently listed for 1,625,000. Wonder if that's a mistake in his
Mistake.
appraisal. It's a mistake? Okay, yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
First, I thought it was a page for a wrong appraisal, but the comps are the ones that he listed before. I see the old post road I see the old post road ones here. I see the adjustments being made. The other thing I would point out is that on the field card, she's done some work to the home. So
Yeah.
she has a couple of building permits that are 100% complete. I'm just gonna look at those dollar amounts. It looks like she pulled a permit for $25,000 to strip and re-roof the house in February of 2020, and then another $12,000 is what she pulled a permit for to remodel the kitchen, since she purchased the property.
That's,
So
Harold, so that $37,000 could equate to, or be the reason why she increased her opinion of fair market value to $750,000.
That's a good point. It could be. It's kind of foolish because it's not worth that when you look at it at market value. You don't get back dollar for dollar, but if she did that, that's fine.
Yeah, well, the car isn't worth as much as you paid for it as soon as you drive it off the lot.
That's
I understand what you're saying.
this is Kathleen. This is a 2019 appraisal. That's all, right? So I would just want, right? It was done in October of 2019 so it hasn't, Greg Lane has been time adjusting his appraisals when he brings in the October 1, 2021 using a 12% adjustment. So I just don't know that, this one has not been time adjusted.
Do we know that he's adjusted one of them 12%? Did we verify that somewhere?
This is
It's
Kathleen.
appraisal. It was on the East Lawn appraisal, 12% annually. That was his time adjustment, 1% a month.
Starting in April, right. The banks
he's
are
still-
requiring him to do that now. So I'm just
Right.
saying, this
By
one has
10 years.
not been time adjusted. It's a year-old appraisal, so I would just, keep that in mind.
This is Harold. I think that, Ross, you raised your hand?
Yeah, I just wanted to back up on the permits. When you're looking at the permit value, realize that is for the building only. It does not include electrical or any mechanicals or HVAC. Those are separate permits, and we only pick up the building permit.
Huh. This is Kathleen. That's the first. I did not know that.
And this is Harold, and you can assume that remodeling a kitchen would require a plumber and electrician at least.
Well, no, it depends on what she did. For $12,000, you're not going to get much of a kitchen. She may have changed countertops, but not touched the plumbing, electrical.
Yeah, good point. Yep.
Now, this is Kathleen, right? What Ross was just saying is that he doesn't show those permits. You probably pulled them, and there probably was an electrical permit that went with it, but this is only the builder's permit. This is not it's not the other permits, right? And this is an August 19 appraisal, right? Is that what the date is? August 8/21/19.
Yeah.
So if we time adjusted 12% or whatever, okay.
Adjusting
I'm
it
gonna put that on. Mhm.
I'm not adjusting that 12%. It's the appraisal. It was done right before the reval period started. So it technically is within the period because they looked further back than October of 2019 when they did the appraisals. I don't know what anybody has a problem with this. This house is no great shakes. It's a basic house. And at that price, I don't even look at what the appraisal said. It's nice to know what it is. I look at what she's asking for. I look at the house. I look at the inside of it and where it is and what houses sell for in that neighborhood that look like that. And I'm comfortable with that number. I adjust that 12%. Now we're going to bring her up into the 8s, right? For a house.
This is Harold. Any thoughts, pro or con, to this requested grant? Or I'll call it for a vote. Any further comments? Okay, all those in favor of granting this appeal in full, raise your hand. Okay, I heard it.
Get there, trying to get there.
I have 2, 3 in favor of granting the appeal. All those opposed? Two opposed. That's Ronique and Catherine opposed.
Kathleen, sorry, this is Kathleen. Yeah, there's a Catherine and a Kathleen, so
I'd say Catherine, I'm sorry. I meant to say Kathleen. Ronique and Kathleen are opposed. The motion is carried 3-2 to grant this appeal. Okay, next one I have, number 533. The property is located at 207 Puritan Road. The owner is Mary Dudley and Ron Wilklow. That's Mary Dudley Savard and Ron Wilklow. The requested value is $727,100. The town has the property valued at $850,800. These are co-owners to this house. They presented two houses for comparison that were appraised less than the subject property. They stated that these are larger homes, not FEMA compliant. They do have some similar lot size and similar conditions. And then they also mentioned that there are two other homes on Rhoda that are FEMA compliant and larger. Now, looking at the homes that were mentioned.
Excuse me, this is Kathy. Are you going to make a motion?
Yes. I need to put a sticker in front of me. I make a motion to grant this appeal in full to the requested amount. Do I have a second?
Catherine will second.
Catherine has seconded my motion, and I open it up for discussion. So as I mentioned, I looked at the homes that were specified by the owner for comparisons. There is no official appraisal. The two homes that they mentioned on Puritan, of course, are in the same neighborhood code. This home is a colonial structure, I believe. Yes, colonial. The two on Rhoda happen to be capes, so perhaps they have less comparable value than the two other homes right on the street where the subject property is. I believe there was an informal that reduced the value initially from the town's value by some 24,000, well, the appraised value by $24,300, assessed value, I should say. I didn't do the calculation on the appraised value, but
Um,
24,000.
Harold,
Yes,
so what is their current appraised or assessed value? What, is that in the,
the
in the request?
requested value is $727,100. The town has it valued at $850,800.
And does the 850 include the adjustment that was granted during the informal?
Yes, it does. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
The assessed values went down from 619,920 to 595,560.
Okay. And so.
And I noticed 20.
Go ahead, Rooney.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
This is Veronique. I did notice that 207 is directly across the street, in case there's any questions on that comparable.
This is, 207 is the subject property, right? What's the one across the street?
Oh, I'm sorry, 186 is directly across the street. It does have a larger lot, it does have a bigger living space, and he calculated the difference, which is how he came up with the 727 compared to 186's sale price of 770.
Right. This is Kathleen, it's 186 is a Cape, am I right?
This is Harold. Yes, it's a Cape. It's a 311, 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, full bath, and 1 half bath. The other one that I had is 145, which is a conventional home, and that is a 3-2, and that is being assessed at $846,200.
All right, so this is Kathleen. So I think conventionals and capes are valued by the town lower than a colonial is. I'm not saying he can't use them as comps. I just think in general, colonials are more desirable, and I believe conventionals are maybe capes or something that have been converted, but they're not, you know, they're sort of an awkward property, so they don't have the same square footage. You know, if you change the code on a card from a colonial to a conventional, it would go down in value on the I'm just talking about in the town's database, so they don't value them the same. The only other thing I would point out is that these two sales are, you know, again, they're capes versus colonials, or a conventional versus a colonial, and they are older sales. I guess I'm just surprised that you couldn't find any comps within the last 6 months that had sold, you know, in that area. I could look at the Shore data quickly and see if I saw some other sales that maybe should have shown up. But again, if you took a, you know, if you started to increase the 775 and the 770, you know, up based on, you know, post-COVID or post-April 1, 2020, those numbers would be, you know, I don't know, was it 10% or something?
So this is Harold. The two homes on Puritan that we were discussing, the the 186 and 145 were sales that were made in the 2000 period. The Puritan was 324, 145 Puritan was 324.20, and the 186 was 1224.19. So I believe that they were in the period. However, if you look at how the town has those assessed, it is very much in line with, or reasonably close, if you will, with the subject property. And since the main calculation done by the owner here is based on a square footage calculation, I don't think that that's sufficient reason to grant this appeal. That's my opinion.
This is Kathleen. I'm looking at the pictures too of the 3 field cards. The subject property, you know, it is more of a colonial style home. It's a lot bigger, you know, taller. And again, those sales are, you know, they are pre-COVID sales. So just keep that in mind. And they're of capes and not, you know, of colonials. So.
And also, I think that the fact that the subject has well, it's a 311, similar to the 186 Puritan property. So I think that, again, they're all valued by the town in a close range. So I don't feel that we have proper justifications for lowering it to the requested amount if it's only being based upon square footage calculations or comps that are not that equal to each other. That's my opinion.
And they're requesting 727. Am I right? Did I write that down correctly? Their requested value is 727. Okay, yeah, so that's a lot lower than the other two, and just they're pre-COVID. Okay, I'm good.
What does the town have them at? What does the town have?
858.
815,
850, 800.
okay. And it's a 1,600 square foot, 3 bedroom, 1.5 bath? on,
1.5, yes.
okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
But if you look,
Yeah.
well,
I was,
given
it's just,
the-
I'm
given the
interested in a
street,
little, sorry, Carl. You were saying?
this is Harold, I was just saying, given the fact that the other two comps that were sold in that period are on the same street, and we look at how they're valued by the town, I think that in keeping with other properties on the street for comparison purposes, the town's value has merit.
Just to pull that, because the whole comparison of assessments to assessments is, I'm focusing in on the sales price of these two homes. And this one, I agree, the curb appeal and the style and so forth is usually more marketable, but it's smaller. Paulette, just because there is an appraisal here or something, can you just succinctly give me something to hang my hat on? Because I'm still looking at these sale prices in the high sevens.
Okay.
There was a
And
an
your
appraisal on
thoughts, if you were presented these three houses as a Realtor, just your thoughts. Because of this, I'm having difficulty because of the difference in the square footage. The subject property is significantly smaller, but the style and appearance of the house might compensate for that. Your thoughts as a Realtor.
Yes. First of all, first thing people look at is that the appearance. You know, that's the big thing. That's what they look at. But there's a significant difference in square footage is a big deal. And the difference
That's my
between
issue.
and 2 baths is a big deal. It doesn't seem like it is, but for the market it is. Maybe not to everybody, but to the market value, it does make a difference. I was looking at a comp that is not a colonial, but it is not, certainly not unappealing to the eye. On that street, that sold, I believe in the sevens. And I think it was bigger. I think it had 2 baths. I'm trying to find it again. I got kind of pulled off that page, but anyway,
this-
my thought,
Harold, maybe there was 145
let me
Puritan?
look,
No, that's one of his comps.
probably not right. It's easy to find, just a second.
No, but
Well-
that's, and I think that's outside of purview. Like, I don't want to agonize. I don't think it's up to us. To Harold's point, you know, they kind of have to make their own case. It can't be us to analyze all the comps. I'm just having difficulty reconciling how I want to vote.
Well, let me
Um,
say, then, I have the same problem. Like, I realize, they have to make their case. I get it. That's the most important thing. But then again, I try to look at things 50-50. The town doesn't have to make their case. They just slap a number on it and we're done. So it's up to the innocent person to prove that they're right. So I look at this, I'm looking at this house at number 145 Puritan that closed in 2020. It's 2,300 square feet, 3 bedroom, 2 baths, 7 rooms. They're calling it a Cape, but it looks like a colonial. And that one sold for $775. They were asking $779. So I look at that, and knowing that in my head, it's hard for me to say that I can agree with an 8-something price because it's not the price. It's not the marketable price. So I have trouble voting with that too as well, Catherine, for those reasons. That I look at it and I look at the house and I know that money is too much.
This is
What's
Harold.
their comp?
I appreciate that.
Let me just state something that we haven't come into, that hasn't come into play too much yet. We as a board do have the option to grant in part. And since our role is to try to determine what the fair market value of a property is and not necessarily agree always with the homeowner, the appellant, or the town, but utilizing our experience and expertise and our ability to analyze this information to come up with a number that we feel represents the fair market value. So I heard a number mentioned of 775,000. This house already has had a reduction from the informal hearing period, but we do have the ability to, I guess I have the ability to amend my motion to grant in part if we have a number that the board feels is a fair market value for this property. Is that fair?
I think so.
It's definitely fair in theory. I'm a little worried how it's going to go in practice to come up with that number that a homeowner hasn't given it. You know, just they've gone such a drastic. So yes, I think that's more than fair. Kathleen
Yep.
has her hand.
Kathleen?
Thank you. This is Kathleen. Paulette, can you look at this comp for me? I see 11 Pilgrim Lane. It looks like it's a Cape sold. I think Pilgrim and Puritan are, at least they both have those same names. I believe they're in the same neighborhood, same cross
They're-
streets in the beach
They're a
area.
block across. They're a
Did you
block
say
away.
Pilgrim?
Apart. 11 Pilgrim Lane. I just saw that in the sales data. And I'm just wondering, you know, and that's later sale because I'm struggling with the earlier sales. So 11 Pilgrim sold for $889 on 8/17/2020.
11 Pilgrim Lane, Fairfield. Okay.
Yeah. 0.23 acres, 2,300 square feet, so a little bit bigger. But it
Yeah.
looks like it's a Cape. Oh, it's also a conventional. Yeah.
It has 6 bedrooms.
I'm sorry.
It has 6 bedrooms.
Yeah, 2.5 baths, but the square footage is 2,300 square feet.
Square footage
Yeah,
is
but-
bigger, the number of bedrooms is bigger.
This is
Well,
how,
Yeah,
That's
how
what I
I
mean
looked
with,
at that as well for a comp for another property. And I noticed that's 6 bedrooms. And I was wondering if that's a correct number, quite honestly.
What we're gonna see in a
you
second.
know what, the correct, I have a Colonial Cape and they say that it's 6 bedrooms because anything that's not a living room or a kitchen is kind of assigned a bedroom. And that's why I think we go to the square footage, like for 2,300, that's a small house to have 6 bedrooms. So,
It is.
you know, I
Yeah,
think
this
6
is-
is just the way it's the conventional Cape, the extra, 4 rooms down and 2 up, and then they expand. And so I look more at the living space when it's a Cape or some version of that. Paulette, you?
Looks like. Let me see what it looks like.
yeah, this is Kathleen too. I had a property that was listed as a 5-bedroom in Rosswood and the computer and changed it to a 4 because they said they don't use the space as a bedroom. It's roomed as a playroom. It didn't change the value at all to go from 5 bedrooms to 4. So,
Why-
in terms of advertising it, but in terms of the computer and how they, and how the model recognizes it's probably based more on the square footage in the bathrooms and, those things than it is actually how you're using, your rooms and all that in your house. So
Well-
this one has central air and this is a new, this is a closer sale. And it is a little bit more. I don't know if the property 0.23 acres, well, the acreage is on the other one, but.
This is the part I respectfully kind of disagree about because now we're presenting our own appraisal, bringing in different things. I think it just puts us in the weeds. And I don't want to go down that road. So Harold, I appreciate your intent to grant in part, but we're not splitting hairs here. We're splitting a difference. They're asking for, I don't know, $125,000, and we have to come up with some number in between there. I'm kind of not comfortable with that, but that's just for me on the record. It's just the process I can't get behind.
And this is Veronique. I completely agree with Catherine. I just feel like we're doing a disservice to the appellant because then they can't contest that for the next 5 years.
It doesn't matter though, because it's gonna be the same things looked at in the next 5 years. We keep saying that like it's gonna help them. It's not, because when they come back next year, they're gonna be looking at the same period. We don't look at anything that happened before or after that. So it doesn't matter.
No, this is Kathleen. We do. We actually look at the year after. We look at the base year plus 1. When they come back next year, they can bring in sales from, going forward. And we know that the market's even stronger. So we would adjust those ones back to October 1. So I disagree that, we only look at the prior year. We look at the prior year and the year plus 1, especially when there's market change going on.
Never knew
We did
that.
that in Greenfield Hills. So anyway.
I never knew that.
Oh, okay. Well,
Somebody said it was the same. So I got that from. It doesn't matter. The same.
All right.
I just feel like
I
there's
think-
not enough competitive, presented by the appellant.
Okay, but, Kathleen asked about Pilgrim. So let me say this about Pilgrim. It does have 6 bedrooms. You look at the floor plan, it is a 6-bedroom house with other rooms, a dining room, a playroom, a family room, a kitchen. So this house technically is a 6-bedroom house that closed for $889. And I don't remember what this lady's house was, eight, what the town say this one's worth? Eight what?
850.
855, 800, 850,800.
So I'm just using this for example. I'm not saying we should change the value, but if you look at that, look at what this woman has, the 1,600 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 1.5 bath, okay? And you look at this one, that's 6 bedrooms, 2.5 baths with 2,300 square feet and slightly bigger lot. That slightly bigger lot makes a difference to a builder if they were buying it. There's enough difference to make a difference. So, in what he has to do. So the difference of $40,000 or $30,000 is not enough. So this house, the one we're looking at, unfortunately, is overvalued compared to this sale. They're not even close. So there is an
And if
error.
I could rewind for, 10, 15 minutes, Paulette, what number would you suggest? That's where I started my question, like
Oh.
from.
Yeah, if I had to
No,
suggest,
it was not clear. I take responsibility, but I have the same concerns that you have. What number would you think it would
$750.
between them?
And I say that because they wanted 727, which might be a little bit lean, and 850 is too rich. So I'm going to go in the sevens at 750.
This is Harold. I just want to bring us to the fact that we don't have very good comps, and he's using square footage calculations to come up with the asking price. So I think I'm going to call for a vote unless there's further comment on this appeal. Okay, I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of granting the requested price for this appeal, raise their hands. All those not in favor, opposed, raise your hand. Any abstentions? Paulette, I have one abstention, is that correct, Paulette?
Yeah.
The motion is opposed, it is denied with a vote of 0-4-1. Did I do that count right? Did I do that count right?
Yes.
Count right. Okay, thank you very much. I have another Greg Lane appraisal. Well, no, if I want to go in order, I don't, so.
That's okay, Harold. If you're ready, go for it. Right? Is it on that street somewhere? Do you know what
No.
a number appeal it is?
I'm going in with the order that we
Okay.
devised. Just, I want to make a note.
This is Kathleen. We have an extra hour of sun now. Usually my computer's, starting to get dark now, but I've got a ways to go in the day sunlight.
You have an extra hour to see my smiling face in the daylight.
We love it, Harold. I do anyway. I can't speak for the others, but.
All right, this is one that came before the board previously, number 249. 249, 528 Lally Boulevard. The owner is Patrick McInerney.
Yes.
Okay. And we took no action on this last week because and so I make a motion before I begin discussing this. I make a motion to grant this appeal to the requested value of the requested corrected value, of $785,714. Do I have a second?
This is Kathleen. I'll second it.
Wait a minute.
All right. Again, if I haven't mentioned it, the town's value is $881,700, and the adjusted requested value is $785,714. Now, the reason I say adjusted was because Mr. McInerney had put down the values to be what the assessed values were on his petition. And so I thought it would be proper to contact him, and I did. I spoke with him on the 5th, the day after our meeting. Yes, it was the day after our meeting, and he agreed verbally on the phone that we should use the proper numbers of the appraised values, which the town value being $881,700 and the requested amount of $785,714 should be replaced on the petition. Mr. McInerney believes that the property is too high. Because there's problems of flooding and all the new houses that were built around him since Sandy. His house is 76 years old. And I spoke with the assessor's office, and I did get some mapping of flood zone. And although he had a handwritten map showing where the wetlands cross his property, according to the maps that are attached, it appears that the wetlands do not cross his property. And since the assessor's office provided these maps, I will ask Ross if he would please confirm that that's the case. Would you mind doing that, Ross?
Sure, Harold. The appeal number, please?
This is 249. The address is 528 Lally Boulevard.
Harold, this is Kathleen. Is this one of the ones we wanted to wait until we got more information from the engineering or the conservation department about the marsh in the background? Is this one of those ones that backs up in there?
Yes, I believe that, well, I do have the maps for this particular property and showing the adjacent properties. And I know that, Paulette, you were helpful in investigating some wet property concerns that some of the appellates had. And you spoke with the town engineering department. Was this one of the properties that you covered with them?
Unfortunately, no, I didn't know about this one. I thought
Okay.
I checked the one on Roland Road. This may have,
Yes, Roland. Yeah, we'll get to that one too. So the information that you got is very helpful. But go
And
ahead.
that's specific to that property though, so we would have to ask engineering about this one as well.
Well, I do, this is Harold. I do have the maps, both the one that Mr. McInerney drew by hand and the ones that the town has the, what's the right term for this GIS map?
Yes, Harold.
This is Ross. That is our GIS wetland map.
Which shows the
And that can
property
be,
of 528
you can
Lally
produce
Boulevard.
that yourself off of the GIS site.
Okay. And it doesn't show that the property is physically in the designated wetland zone. Now, looking at the card, I see that Mr. McInerney has come before the board before with similar issues perhaps. And he did get a reduction during the hearing, a significant reduction during the informal hearing, I should say. And there's not much else that he provided to support that case for the reduction.
I have a question. First of all, let me say that, no, he's not in the wetland. The wetlands do not touch his property, but this map doesn't show where the setback line is, which is important to his property. So the wetland department would be able to show us that map. Also, do we know, I don't know if Ross knows or not, do we know if any of this property is regulated by the state for the coastal, for the wetlands? There's two different kinds of regulation. One is the town, one is the state. We don't know if this property falls in there. And engineering would be able to tell us that.
This is Ross, if you're referring to it being in a flood zone?
No, there's a separate thing. It's depending on the elevation of the land. For example, the state regulates any land that is less than 5.2 feet in the flood area. So a property that sits at, say, level 4 is regulated by the state. A property that sits at level 6 is not. So we don't know where his property sits, but engineering does, and they could tell us. Because if his land is regulated by the state, then it's a lot less valuable to somebody than if it's free and clear to do whatever you want with it. Because you're never going to get them to approve things. It's not easy to work with the state. So somebody would look at that and say that's an impediment to the property and may decrease its value somewhat. But we would need to know that information.
This is Harold. Well, we can, if we want to explore this further ourselves, look at the information about the neighbor house. There's one just south of it that appears to have the same property lines, and see how that is being valued. I think the one, if you're facing the house from the street to the right, is a much bigger lot, but the one to the left is a smaller lot.
Well, for example, Harold, the one that we talked about that we put aside, excuse me, that we put aside on Roland Road the other night.
Yes.
When I checked engineering, that house, that particular property sits at level 4. So it is controlled. There is some regulation by the state. Now, there are some regulated areas and some rules that the state has that you have to follow. The two properties, one property on each side of it, do not sit at that level. So even though they're in a row, the contour of the land may be different. So we can't just say, well, it doesn't look like it because the other ones did it. We have to really know what that one is.
And you're right. I'll share with the rest of this is Harold. I'll share with the rest of our members that you were able to find out from the engineering department that a portion of that property sits about 1 to 1.5 feet, was it, below the neighbor's properties?
Just about, yeah.
That's a factor. And we don't know the elevation of this entire parcel. So when you're talking about setbacks, are you talking about setbacks for building purposes or setbacks based upon elevations?
No, the setbacks are based on, it has to do with building if you're going to try to build there. But the setbacks, the wetland setback, there's the wetland area, and then every different wetland area has a designated number of feet that's considered the setback. And you're not allowed to be in that without getting prior permission from the conservation department. Depending on what they feel you need, it could be just a quick approval by the employees, or it would be an approval by the whole commission, which would be longer and be a much more lengthy process with much more scrutiny on the property. So that's completely on the elevation.
Excuse me, I'm going to have my dog go out of this room because she's barking in the background. And thank you for that, Paulette. I would ask Ross yes, Ross, you have some comments?
Yeah, if Paulette is referring to the wetland buffer, that's also on the GIS system, and this property is well clear of that.
Well, where would it be? Because all I see is that
you have to go under layers, turn on conservation, and check off, make sure wetland buffer is checked off.
okay, so we don't have to, I'll take the word for it. I'm not going to go in there, but if you say it's out of that, so that's good. So he doesn't have any wetlands, so we know that. What we still don't know is what his elevation is. And the fact that his property takes, 45 minutes to an hour to drain leads me to believe that it's going to have a low number. It's going to have a low level.
Yeah. This is Kathleen. Since we have a couple of these properties, I think, I'm pretty sure they're amenable to it, but I think we should have Emmeline just come to one of our meetings when we have these properties towards the end that we know that have these areas of, runoff and wetland streams. And that marshland is owned by the town, right? It's town land, it's town's responsibility. And I believe there's, in the works, in the public works, I don't know, 5-year, 10-year plan or whatever to fix that area, do something with it, because it is a problem and the drainage is a problem and it's a flooding problem. So I feel like rather than all of us trying to figure it out on these ones, it would be best to have Emmeline on the call one of these nights. We can decide when it is, when, the appropriate people are here, and just have her explain to us. And I'm sure she could sit there and call up the elevation of all the properties that we have a question about and say, oh yeah, this one's significantly lower, this one's significantly higher. This is, these are the problems that the town is trying to address. And if we feel that all those properties there are aggrieved, then we can do something about them as a whole rather than picking at them one at a time, trying to solve each individual homeowner's problem. I think if we get a bigger view of it and we, decide everybody needs an adjustment in that area, then we can work towards making that happen until the town actually addresses the issues with that marshy wetland area in the back. I just feel like there's a lot of information we don't know, and I think it's better that we get a good picture of that for the public's sake, for, homeowners' sakes, whatever. So that would be, I would recommend that we, at this point, either you withdraw your motion and we just wait, and I'll do better at the notes of not bringing these ones up until we have Emmeline here to answer some of these wetland questions.
I mean, who's Emmeline? I'm not familiar with her.
Sure, she works in the zoning department. She
I'm
works
not
with Jim
asking-
Wynn.
And we don't need zoning. We need we need engineering. That's what we need. Get Laura
Okay.
Cooley on. She'll be
Sure,
able to
this is
explain-
Kathleen, or whoever Emmeline or would recommend. One of them over there who understands how to use the GIS and give us some information, and who would know about what the town's projects are in that area. It may be Laura Pooley. You're right. I was just thinking some town employee who understands, because zoning, right, deals with, they have their whole wetlands person who deals with the beach down there. Joe Vankowski, was well aware of that. So whichever the appropriate department is, I'm good with that. That would be my recommendation. And then we can stop, talking about things we don't know a lot about.
I have an issue why we're asking somebody in zoning who we should talk to. I'm telling you who we should talk to. The chief engineer in the engineering department. She's got the information on the floodgates, what was done, what's going to be done, what is never
Right.
going to be. What
I
the-
apologize, I had the wrong person, Paulette. Laura's fine. Between Laura and Emmeline, or both, whatever it takes to get, to get sufficient information, they will know which is, of the two of them, they're both very competent people, which is the better one to talk to us about this.
This is Harold. Paulette, I respect your opinions and I think that your recommendations are worthwhile, but again, you don't have to tell another member that this is what I'm telling you. You can make a recommendation, and I would ask you to please observe that courtesy.
I'm
Please.
losing my. Okay, so here's it. Do what you want. Whatever you want to do is fine with me. That's what I'll say. I'm not making any motion, and I'm not suggesting anything. Do whatever you want to do with it.
All
You'll do
right,
whatever,
thank
like it or not. So just do whatever.
you. Based upon our discussions, I'm going to withdraw this motion for further consideration. This is the second withdrawal, as everyone knows, but I think the points that people are making are valid, so we will explore this further with the proper town agencies. Thank you. So this motion is 249 is withdrawn. I can do 480. Appeal number 480. The address is 194 Millard Street. The owner is William S. Levy, L-E-A-V-Y. And I make a motion to approve the the requested value of $890,800.
I'll second that motion. This is Ronique.
The town has the property valued at $890,800 as well. Just a moment, I'll be right with you.
Yeah, so this is Kathleen. I was a little confused when I saw that, Harold. It sounds like they're asking for what they have, so I don't know if there was confusion there. Or maybe they thought the town had it higher.
No, it was really just a point of information that he wanted to understand. He's not opposed to the town's value. And he did give me a list of numerous properties that were sold within the period, indicating their up and down percentages based on the new revaluation period. He did have an informal hearing that reduced his property slightly.
This is Ramneek. I'm reading the notes that he wrote on the appeal. I don't think he's okay with the fair market value that we have assessed. I wasn't sure if that's what you were saying, because it does say that it went up an extraordinary amount. But that's just me. Did he say anything about like an amount that he would like?
No.
Interesting.
This is Harold. No, he did not. And he presented comps and did some calculations. But the comps that he selected, really only one, or no, I take that back. Two are in his neighborhood code. The Old Post, 323 Old Post Road is in neighborhood code 65, and the 188 Roland is in neighborhood 65. Of course, the 188 Roland was purchased outside the period after October 1st, 2020. And the sales price was $1.5 million, so I don't think that he wants us to use that as a comp. But the 232 Old Post Road, a slightly smaller house, but that sold for $879,000 in the period in October of 2020. So unless somebody has any questions, you know, I should have asked some more questions of this appellant at the time, perhaps, because I see a reduction, but he did mark on the petition that he did not have an informal hearing, but I see that there was a reduction anyway, so perhaps that reduction was done by the assessor's office and not as a result of the informal hearing. I don't know.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I would just add, sometimes, you know, I heard this fairly often that people were frustrated when they went up and their neighbors went down. And so perhaps this was his, you know, his explanation, because he went up 13.5 and he's showing us other people who went down, you know, 9%, up 3%, down 11%, and he went up 13. So while I won't support this appeal, I think perhaps that was what he was trying to say. You know, which is, as we all know, we did hear a lot of, you know, how come I went up when my neighbor went down, and they prefer more information about that. But I don't know that we need to spend a lot more time on it. And
Yeah.
if he has a real case, he can come back next year. That's what I feel.
I agree. There was no clear understanding of what his ask for expected opinion of the value is. So if there's no further discussion, I will call a vote.
But this is Ramneek. I don't even know what we would vote on, because there's no requested value, and there's no, like, there's nothing here. I don't know how we can vote or have a motion on this. But that's just me. I could be wrong, unless there's a protocol for this situation.
Well, he did indicate on the petition that the town's value of Fairfield is indicated. He wrote Fairfield.
So technically, are we approved it because we're just giving him the same value?
Grant is
That's what
reduction
I'm-
of 0? Who knows?
Right. It doesn't make
Yes.
sense to me.
I believe we can do that.
Well, this is
Okay.
Kathleen, but if we grant him something, then he can't come back. So I would,
Oh, right.
I would tend to vote no. We don't want it to be recorded as a positive vote and then it come back later on that he, because of the way we voted, he wasn't able to come back. So I agree with you. It's a little confusing. So I
And,
just think we vote no and,
and this is Harold, and we can do that too. So really, what's the greater benefit for the appellant here is to deny. So I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal, raise your hands. All those in favor of denying this appeal, opposed, raise your hand. The vote is unanimous to deny this appeal. We have 5 opposed, no in favor, and none abstaining. I have one more that I could do, and then we can talk about, do we have more members joining us later on this hour?
Mrs. Kathleen, I don't believe so. I think it's, the 5 of us for,
All of us,
mhm.
and that's all we need. Okay. Another one I have is 303, appeal number 303. The address is 42 Pilgrim Lane. The owner is Palma Senatore, Senatore, Senatore. The town has the property valued at $927,600, and the appellant is requesting a value of $850,000. I make a motion to grant the requested value of $850,000. Do I have a second?
Ronique, I'll second that motion.
I hear Ronique seconding the motion. And I open up this appeal for discussion. Let me share with you that the lady who came in, very nice lady, was speaking to the fact that her home was 57 years old, had the original windows and shingles, and it was in serious disrepair. It is not FEMA compliant. Wasn't sure if the assessment was increased or decreased, so I tried to take a look at that information. She provided some documentation to the file indicating what the estimates were for the repairs that she would need on her home to make it marketable, which totaled, I think, approximately $130,000. She also pointed out that the town has the attic area designated as finished, but she said that the half of the attic is now unfinished because the walls and fixtures were removed. So there's some question about the square footage of living space that's in that area that was designated as finished attic. She believes that it is only a 1.5-story home with an unfinished attic currently. She believes that the house has value for the land and probably be knocked down at some point and rebuilt. She did get an informal hearing with a reduction. I don't know if that was reduced based upon the condition. Was it reduction? Excuse me.
Yes, she did. Harold, this is Kathleen. Assessed, she went from 671, 650 to 649, 320 after the informal hearings.
Right.
I'm not, yeah.
It's a house with 2,697 square feet, but we're not sure about that unfinished attic, except that she did provide pictures that I think supports her case that it's unfinished, and perhaps the adjustment should be made on the town card as well. I looked at some comps, and one of the ones I looked at was that 11 Pilgrim with the 6 bedrooms that we talked about earlier. And as this house is appraised $100,000 more than the 11 Pilgrim house even. So I don't, and that 11 Pilgrim has only 2,311 square feet. So it is smaller living space as well. So given the condition factors and the fact that she really does not have a 2-story home anymore, it's really a 1.5 story with the upstairs being half unfinished. And she did mention that this was addressed in the last evaluation, but apparently was not corrected. And I think it should be corrected either via a visit to the home or utilizing the information in the photos. So I'm inclined to grant the reduction based upon looking at 11 Pilgrim as a comp and looking at the price of the 11 Pilgrim home and how that is currently appraised, which, as a matter of fact, happens to be lower than the purchase price in August of 2020. So I'm inclined to grant, but I leave it up to others to discuss as well. Yes, Kathleen.
Harold, just want to point out that the 11 Pilgrim, the town may have it at 826, but it's sold for 889 in August of 2020.
Yes,
So just want to
yes.
correct that when you want to look at the sale price, it was 889 and not 826.
And I'm pointing,
Yeah, and second, I would just like to ask Ross for clarification on that unfinished attic and to see whether, that was, this is a 1956 Cape, this other one, she's bigger than that unless her square footage is off. Similar build, it's 1956, the Pilgrim Lane one. So, and the photos have also not been uploaded, so I don't know, Ross, if you have the photos there, that would help us at all with the interior if she's complaining about that, but maybe Ross can add clarification on that finished attic, not second square foot.
I can
this
see
is
the picture.
Harold. I believe that the photos are uploaded.
Oh,
can-
maybe I'm clicking on the wrong one. I'm on Millard Street. Never mind, sorry about that. Looking at the wrong house.
This is Ross. I'm not seeing any finished attic on the sketch.
I kind of think, Ross, I mean, when I look at a picture of the house and the house on the field card is like halfway down the digitalize it. It's a colonial, and I'm really going out on a limb here. I have no background information. The pictures of the unfinished attic, I'm taking to think they removed the walls of a bedroom. I mean, it's not a walk up. It's got a door. It's definitely unfinished, but I think maybe it was damaged, water damaged, and they removed walls, and she's like removing a bedroom. And I can easily be corrected. I'm just looking at the pictures here.
This is
Trying
Harold.
to figure that
She
out.
did-
Yes, Harold?
So she did mention that in 2002, there was an addition made to the attic to provide a sleeping quarter for a relative that was living in the home. And I don't know why the walls and fixtures were removed and it became a storage area. But as you can see, there's insulation on the roof. There's a lot of items, storage type items on the floor. And it's certainly no longer a finished attic. But in regards to Ross's question, I would say that if we look at the building sub-area summary, okay, we see a number for upper story finished.
The two cards in here.
If you look
Yeah,
at
this
the,
is Ross. When we're looking at the sketch that she provided and she shows the south elevation, it appears that the addition is off the rear of the property and she's listing that rear extension as unfinished. If you look at the sketch, it's the 18 by 12 box and then we have it coded as UUS, which is unfinished upper story. So I believe that is what she's referring to. I don't think she's referring to the existing part of the house, the original colonial second story.
Well, this is Harold. I question the sketch, the architectural sketch. I don't know if that is done by the folks that she contacted to do some renovations on her house, because certainly I don't see a bay window, for example, in the front of the house. Okay, I don't see an arched window in the front of the house where the garage.
That's a
was.
rear view, Harold.
That's a rear view. Okay.
The west elevation is the rear of the house.
So what am I looking at in the next elevation, south elevation? Is that the side of the house?
That's looking at the side of the house where the chimney is.
Okay,
So
thank
looking
you.
at the front of the house, that's the left side.
All right, so on the next sketch on page 21, we see an area that's marked unfinished and a storeroom next to it unfinished.
Right. So in that sketch where it's labeled attic, we have crawl over base area and no attic whatsoever listed. And then down where it says bedroom is, I think, the area that's now coded as UUS, unfinished upper story.
Okay, so are these drawings, this is Harold, are these drawings that were submitted to the town?
They were submitted by the appellant.
By the appellant for, this is Harold, for the purpose of the hearing, but I'm wondering, I mean, she didn't draw them herself, and I was wondering if these were drawn previously or by some professional who is making some suggestions about remodeling. I don't know.
That I don't know either.
I,
He did an addition back, I think it was 2015. No, I'm sorry, it was 2002 that did the two-story addition. So I suspect the plans are from then, but no way to know for sure. We wouldn't keep plans that long.
all right, this is Harold again. She also does talk about condition factors, and we can see in some of the pictures the wetness coming through the ceiling. Pointed out gutter damage, original windows, window damage.
Harold, did she offer any sales comps other than your 11 Pilgrim?
No, she did
I don't
not.
see it here.
I don't believe that she did. She was talking mostly about condition factors and changes to her home, I'm afraid.
I think we're kind of in the weeds.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. There is a 24 Pilgrim Lane card in there.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, with a September 2020 sale of $1.2 million. So I'm not sure why that card is in there. Actually,
Well, I think for at least comparison's sake, if we look at the value of the land and square footage of the land and see that that's the same, then the major difference is in the value of the home.
The town's not saying that she's at 1,200,000.
No, no. But the town is saying that she's at 927,600, and she's asking for a reduction to $850,000.
This is Kathleen. I might make a recommendation. I know, Ross, you don't want to hear this, but that, someone go and visit and explain to her that she doesn't have, how that half story is done so that, because it sounds like this is the second time she's come back with what's finished and what's not. So she's not quite either she's not understanding it or we have it wrong. I don't know which it is, but that seems to be a large part of what, with all the pictures and everything else that she's including and all of that. So, and the condition of her home, I agree is not in the best of shape. I don't know, if she was asking for the condition reduction. So, if the square footage is wrong, she'll get a reduction from the square footage, right? Based on a card correction. So I would just say that perhaps that would be the better way to go with this one, given one that she hasn't given us any sales data. And, the 11 Pilgrim we know sold for $889, which is not that far from her, it's 30,000 off the 927. It's definitely not the 850 number.
It's
And that other sale was a cave.
Harold, yes, it's reasonably close.
This is Paula.
I think that the requested value and the town value is reasonably close too, but given the circumstances of the property.
This is Paulette. I agree. I don't think that it's relatively close. What she's saying her house is worth and what the town says it's worth is not that far off. And I think that she's being fair in that the lot is probably worth that much if somebody were to tear down the house. And based on what she says is wrong with it, that's what somebody's going to do. Because her house value, if I'm reading this wrong, if we do 49% of that, because her house is not FEMA compliant. So if we do 49% of that value to say, well, that's how much work she can do on the house without raising it, it's not enough. Or it just about cuts it. But then, of course, there's always additional costs. So the condition of the house, that's, I think, what she's mostly concerned with. And she's right. Look at the pictures. It's a mess. So I don't think
This is Harold. The house has a condition, a depreciation code of 28%, leaving percent good of 72, and the grade is a 4. I mean, easily the grade could be considered to be lowered and the depreciation lowered as well,
I would think so.
or increased, I should say, depreciation increased.
Yes, increases. But based on the information she gave us, and we're not going to find comps. We'd have to go find comps of houses in this condition. And she probably couldn't find them because I don't know that there aren't. You think a realtor's going to put this online for somebody to look at? No, they're going to say how nice it is. So she would have a hard time finding comps. And she's not questioning a sale. She's saying that her house just is in a condition where it's not this value anymore. Maybe it was, but not in the condition it's in. So I don't see.
This is Harold, and that is why she's providing the photos, because she's indicating severe condition factors to this property that would impede sales at that value, because it's not just the square footage of the attic, but when you see the ceiling damage and the gutter and shingle damage, those would all have to be corrected to get a sales price that would approach what the market value is based on the estimate of the town.
And basically, if you went into a house like this, if it was on the market, you'd be looking to pay market value of the land, because this is really too much for a homeowner to take on to do. And then they have to raise the house with mechanicals and so there's a lot that goes into raising that house. It's not just lift it in the air and be done with it, and that's about $200,000. So there's no purpose in doing that to a structure like this. So I think she's right by saying that she thinks the land value is about she's saying it's 850. She may not realize what she's saying is that's the land value, but basically she's right. That's about what the land value is. So I don't know. I mean, I don't really see the need for the assessor to go out there and take pictures of what we already have pictures of and make adjustments. She's proved to me that the house is in disrepair, quite a bit of disrepair. And I don't see that her value is off based on just looking at land value.
This is Harold. Yeah, we could withdraw this and say, let's go measure the attic or verify that the attic space is what we have adequately represented on the card. But I think the broader issue is the marketability of this home, since we don't really have any comps for it.
But actually, the one she gave us, the one at 24 Pilgrim, that's Pilgrim we're talking about? Yeah. The one at 24 Pilgrim, what is that one valued at? Oh, appraised value, 973, am I in the wrong? 973.7. That's the,
Sold for
that's,
$1,200,000. I believe it sold for $1,200,000. Isn't that what it says?
it says it sold for $1,200,000, but why does the town have the value at?
Appraised for 973.
So she doesn't, if this house is 973, raised like it is, looks like it's in better shape, then why would hers be 920? Doesn't make sense.
Well, it sounds like to me that the comp she put in there is under, is one of those ones where the town has it under.
Well,
That one probably should be higher. So if she's
Well-
comparing herself to $1,200,000 sale, she is correct. Her house is not worth $1,200,000. But the question is it worth, 927 or 850 compared to that $1,200,000 sale? But she didn't adjust herself up and down from there.
she just picked up, said, well, she's looking at what the town says it's worth. Because that town is saying hers is worth this, and she's looking to say, okay, the town says mine's worth this, how could it possibly be? And again,
So
how could it possibly be? You look at the pictures, how could it be?
I'm ready to vote.
So,
Any further discussion? Then I'll call the vote on appeal number 303. The motion is to grant the appeal to the requested value of $850,000. All those in favor, raise your hand. I have 2 in favor. All those opposed, raise your hand. The motion is denied. The appeal is opposed. 2 votes for, 3 votes against, none abstaining. And I would add a recommendation to the assessor's office to investigate the living space of this property to determine the correct measurement. Okay, it's now 6:30. That's really, there's some more that I could do, but that's the majority of what I had prepared to do and want to give other people a chance. Can we take a break for, what would you like, 20 minutes, half hour? Half
What?
hour? Why don't we come back at 6:50, given the fact that we have more daylight? So I thank you, and so we will adjourn until 6:50 this evening. Thank you.
Thanks, Harold.
This session is no longer being recorded.
This is Harold Zawadzki, Chair of the Fairfield Board of Assessment Appeals. This is a continuation of our deliberation meeting that was scheduled for Monday, March 15th, 2021. We are beginning again at 7:02 p.m. So I think that,
Mine says 6:56. Oh, yeah.
excuse me. I'm correcting that. It is 6:58 p.m., 6:58 p.m. Or we can use a time that you have, Kathy. So I think that, Kathleen, you had some that you wanted to cover.
Well, I'll ask Paulette's back on, right? Paulette, are you on?
Here.
Okay, do you want to do the 3 on Sasko Hill or do you want to wait on those?
I'm gonna have, I can weigh in on them. I'm happy to, but I can't really do them because when we were doing them, I was sitting at a house and I was
Right.
not able to take notes. So, I was listening, but I couldn't really take the notes on it. So I don't have the notes that you have. I mean, I remember them, but I won't be able to do the formal part of it. You know, the appeal number, blah, 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 blah. So you can go ahead and do them and I'll just chime in with the stuff that, that I remember from it.
Okay, me too. So let's see. I think I've got the 2 of them here. So this is well, before I make is everybody back? Yeah. Oh, let me turn on my camera so you can see me struggling to figure it out. Let's see. Okay. So these are actually 2 properties that sold together. They go together. The first is appeal number 436, 945 Sasko Hill Road. And the second appeal is number 437, the vacant lot 1015 Sasko Hill Road. So I'm not sure. I guess we can only have one motion on the table. So I guess I will make a motion to grant the appeal and reduce the value to $3,700,000 on the appeal number 436, 945 Sasko Hill Road. We can take them together. So Ross and I will probably need a little help with you on the math on this. So this is a unique property. It's a French Tudor on Sasko Hill Road. Let's see, it was presented by Robert Russo. It actually says Chris Russo, I believe, in the notes, but in fact, Chris's older brother, Robert, was the one who came in to present this appeal for the owners, and their last name is Gupta, Gupta. And I am honestly not going to try to pronounce their first names because I had Robert do it for me and I tried to repeat it in the hearing, and I prefer not to try now. Just suffice it to say that it's husband and wife that bought this very odd, unique property, French Tudor. And I just need to check and see if they, in fact, if anybody wants to look up the appeal for me, 436, and see if there was, when he came in on a Thursday, or I guess he was there on a Thursday, they were going to have the property inspected on a Monday, but for the appraised value, but they didn't expect that to change anything. And I didn't hear anything from him that, he was changing that. But basically they purchased both the properties, the adjacent lot as well as the property in January 2018 for $4.6 million. They've made no improvements to it, said it was a vacant property that high school students used to have parties in it. He said the adjacent building lot at 1015 is uncultivated and the land is a back lot. I asked him if he had any comparables on the property, and he again, if they did provide any backup, does anybody want to look at that? Let's see. I should have called that up while I was eating. That's number 436. I just want to see if they added anything to the file to indicate how the inspection went. I don't even think it was an appraisal. I think they were just going in to inspect it. So he included the deed for the purchase of the property. Yeah, and then his affidavits in there. So I don't see that they provided anything else. And basically they're asking for the price that they paid for it in 2018. And there's the land too, the land's in the backyard. And so they split it out. They said, $4,701,000 is what the town has for the home, and the back lot's appraised at $1,022,400 for a total of $5,723,300. And they're asking for $1 million off the house to $3.7 million. And they're asking for the lot to go from the $1,022,400 down to $750,000. And his claim was
This is
really
Romy.
that there
Don't
are
they-
no comps because it's such a unique property.
This is Ronique. I just want to clarify. Didn't they buy it for 4.65?
So this is where I was gonna ask Ross's help on this. I just want to see whether the purchase price included the, you know, if the lot was sold in that 4.65, or that's a separate number.
This is Russ. Let me just take a peek.
This is Harold. There is a warranty deed on page 8.
Of the second appeal for
Right? And
437.
but they, you know, he said that they
This is
sell
Ross.
together.
Well, this is Harold. There's a warranty deed on 436 that appears, I'm not conversant in warranty deeds, but it appears that both properties are listed together.
This is Russ.
And
No.
It's listed as an unqualified sale as well, but I don't know if the why the U with the code of a 1, Ross, maybe you can explain that as well. But right, they paid 4.650. I guess I need to call up the other card to see if I've got the right amount for this, see what the second
Right, I
card
believe the sales price included both lots or both parcels. It's unqualified for, I believe it was unqualified because it was, it's 2 parcels, so when they sell with one price, you can't qualify them. And it may have been a distressed sale. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I know that the prior owner had another property in town. He had already purchased another property.
Right, so that was basically, you know, their argument that they wanted the 250 off the, and I think it's a building lot, is that accurate, Ross? It can be
I believe it is.
subdivided?
Well, it is subdivided. It's already a separate parcel.
I mean, it's buildable, I take it back. The $1 million lot, the separate lot is buildable.
I don't have, we treat it as a building lot. We don't have anything that indicates that it wouldn't. It has an access strip out to Sasko Hill Road, and it also has a bit of frontage on Risley Road out the rear.
And this is Ronique. So he's actually requesting for less than what he purchased, just for the record, because he purchased at 4.65 for both properties. And if you combine his requested value of both properties of 3.7 and 750,000, ends up being 4.45 million. Just so for clarification, so he's not requesting what he bought it for. He's requesting for less than what he bought it for.
Right, and Ross, this is Kathleen, the odd number properties, they're on the water side, they're on the other side.
They're on the opposite side.
Yeah, he said they have a views from the property, but no waterfront. And he just said it was a very unusual, unique French Tudor property. Paulette, if you want to look up the listing, I think it was on the market, you know, for a long time. But they've made no improvements. He said it was vacant for a long time.
Excuse me, by the way, interrupt, but I did not hear this one with you. I heard 4 with you, and this was not one of them. I just checked all the addresses. So I don't have to put on this property, but I'll look it up for you.
Okay, great. I'm sorry. I thought you were with all my Saskos.
Not all of them. Yeah, let's see, 95 Sasko, closed in 2018. What am I doing? Verifying the sale price, or what else do you need?
Well, I just was curious to see if there's pictures, how long it was on the market, any of that.
Let's see.
It's a French Tudor, if anyone wants to look at the pictures of the front of it, you know, where the listings are still out there or not. But it is a very, you know, it's a large home. Gross living area is 11,000 square feet. It has, you know, I believe it has some outbuildings. It's got a pool valued at $82,000. It's got, you know, the generator, a lot of other things on the property, and they do have the second lot in the back. So again, he said, we just want this, we want, I thought he said what we paid for it, but that's less, he's asking for 220, 200,000 less than what he paid for it in 2018. And I asked him if he had any other comps or if he looked around for anything else, and it was just like, nope, this is very unique. And we just want, we want that lower value for that, so.
Well, I can tell you that this listing started, excuse me, in June of 2009. And it was on and off the market from then until, with no one ever purchasing it. The listings always canceled or expired until they bought it in January of 2018. It had been on the market originally for $13,900,000, and each time they relisted it, they decreased it by $1 million or so until we got to a listing price of $4,999,000 in June of 17, and then they purchased it in January of 18. The photos. Okay, 945.
Kathleen, when they purchased it, was there an appraisal done at that point?
He didn't indicate that. He didn't provide that for me. He just provided a copy of the deed. I don't know whether they got a mortgage or not. That might be in the, that could
Don't
be in
see
the
it
land.
the file.
In the land records. No, he didn't. He was there for a relatively short period of time. It was mostly that, they wanted it to be $1 million off the house and basically $250,000 off the land from what the town's value is, based on what they paid for it in January of 18. And that it's a unique property. So, I said, could you bring me a couple comps or something? But he said, well, we really don't have any that are like this. So,
And that's why I was wondering if he had the appraisal.
yeah.
Instead of, because it is unique for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A lot of the properties on Sasko Hill Road are unique. They were all custom built. So I guess if he wanted to, I can understand him saying there's nothing like it. And if you look at the pictures inside, it's very rustic. It's very nice, but it's more of a rustic look. A lot of exposed beams, a lot of dark, heavy wood, something you'd expect to see in Europe. So we're not going to find one like it. But that doesn't mean that on Sasko Hill Road, there isn't another property that has similar value that you compare it to, that's just maybe a different style, but has the same number of rooms, built in the same era, same kind of land. It's just this is just the way it is on Sasko Hill Road.
It was built in 1997, so it's not in, some of the older ones on Sasko Hill Road are in, very bad shape because they're 1920s and their plumbing and everything is failing, when this is a fairly new construction home.
It's nice. It's not falling apart inside, but I wouldn't call that. If you look at the inside of it, you would not say, oh, this was built you'd think it was built like in the 30s, 40s. Mm-hmm. So whoever did it did a good job making it look old.
Yeah, the percent good is, they've got depreciation of 21% on it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was there a second on my motion, by the way, Kathy? Did someone second it?
I was just going to ask you that. I don't believe so. But I wasn't sure.
I
If
might have been on mute. Catherine will second. I might have been on mute.
Oh, perfect.
I apologize.
I'm tempted to, to not approve it. One, because it's $1 million reduction off of the town's value. I do know it's less than what they paid for it. We are in a COVID market. There are a lot of sales on Sasko Hill. We've seen them. So I feel like if they could have made an effort to come up with something, I would have seen it. And I also don't want to, punish the homeowner or whatever by trying to come up with some other value that I think might be, appropriate for either the land or the, or the property, for the main property.
Look, this is Harold. Do we know that these are adjoined properties for sure?
This is Kathleen. I believe Ross confirmed that they sold together. So that's why you see the $4.6 million sale price on the on the main property. And if you look at the property, if you look at the field card for the adjacent property, it's, you know, it's $0 in the sale. So, oh, Ross has his hand up.
Yeah, the developed parcel is on Sasko Hill. The lot, the extra lot is directly behind it with a strip of land that goes out to Sasko Hill, presumably for a driveway, if they wanted to have a driveway on Sasko Hill. So they are, it looks like it probably was one large rectangular lot at one time, and they basically created a flag lot to the rear.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
don't feel
comfortable coming, sorry.
No, I was going to say, I just
Go
don't feel
ahead, Ronnie.
comfortable going. I was just saying, I don't feel comfortable going with a 28, like a lower than a 2018 sale without much supporting data on this. So I don't feel like I'm not going to be voting yes on this.
That's how I feel, maybe not necessarily with the, you know, because it was his purchase price, but there's just no realtor comparative. I need something more than just this. If there's no appraisal and there's no realtor CMA,
Okay,
you know, especially for these type of unique properties, sometimes there's not something like it in Fairfield, and you have to go somewhere else. People who have this much money and they're buying that type of home, you may not find those comps in Fairfield. And I would have liked a more expert opinion than my own.
all right, I think that I will call this to a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal, raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Ross, you have a question?
No, I'm just letting you know I have to leave for a bit.
Okay, you're excused.
Okay. Thank
Oh,
you.
no, okay.
Let me call,
I'll
let
be
me,
back.
let me,
You'll be back,
the
okay.
results of the vote. The appeal is denied, 0-5-0. That's 0 in favor, 5 opposed, and 0 abstains. The motion is denied, and the vote is unanimous. Thank you.
And then this is Kathleen, so I will go with the land that's behind it as well, since we talked about these together. I'll make a motion for the land. Again, it was appeal number 457. The property is 1015 Sasko Hill Road. The town's value is $1,022,400, and the requested reduction was to $750,000. So I will make a motion to reduce the appraised value to $750,000.
This is Harold, I'll second it. Any further discussion? If there's no further discussion, I'll call a vote. Do I see a hand, Paulette?
No, I don't see a hand.
Okay, I'll call a vote. All those in favor of approving this appeal, requested appeal, please raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion is defeated. The appeal is denied. The vote is 0-5-0. It's unanimous. Thank you, Kathleen. Are there any more from Kathleen?
Well, I have a bunch more. Paulette, do we want to try the other one? I know Ross just walked out the door. It's a little more complicated because it's in a state. But I do believe you heard this one with me. So I think we can at least try it, see how far we get. Okay. So let's see. This is appeal number, let me get it right here. Appeal number 521, property address is 520 Sasko Hill Road. The town's value is $3,741,300. The requested reduction is to $2,649,000. I make a motion to grant the appeal and reduce the appraised value to $2,649,000.
Is there a second?
Oh, Catherine will second for discussion. And I'm sorry, could you give me the appeal number again?
Sure, number 511. Let me call it up to you here.
Appeal number 511 is open for discussion. The motion was seconded by Catherine.
Okay, so this particular property was actually a phone conversation. We had the new owner, Christopher Dawson, or one of the owners of the new property. Actually, the owner is 520 Sasko Hill Road LLC, but he is one of the members of that. And he had his attorney, Bill Fitzpatrick, conferenced in on the call. So let's see if I can tell the story correctly. So this is a family estate. The homeowner passed away in, I believe, 2018. And so they had an appraisal done for tax purposes, valuing it as of, I have June and January crossed out, but it was sometime in 2018. It is, the appraisal's in the backup. So that appraisal was done for estate purposes, you know, to divide up the property. And let's see, it was his grandmother's home in I think she'd owned it since 1966. So they said that they did try to, you know, their intention was to sell it. They got a market opinion in December of 2019 from Nancy Dolan, who gave them a price of somewhere between 2 million and 2.495 million to sell it in the fall of 19. And because this is an estate, there were multiple executors in the estate. So it was the estate that was selling it. So they felt that that price was a little bit low. So they went ahead and got a second opinion from broker Amy Curry. And she gave them a price of between 2.695 million or 2.595 million, somewhere in that range, a little higher than the original price from broker Nancy Dolan. I think they were all in agreement with that particular price from Amy Curry, but they gave the listing to Nancy Dolan. So Nancy did have the house cleaned out. I guess the mother had, you know, the grandmother had a lot of belongings and things in the house. So they did prep the house for sale. They did take pictures. It was advertised in magazines and put out there, but Polly confirmed this and they told me this, that it never did go into MLS, and then COVID hit during this period of time. So, you know, they were really, so it never went actually on the market. She did say that there was some interest expressed to the brokers, but at that point in time, the son and his mother decided that they would purchase the property for the 2.649 sales price. So I did ask them, you know, so actually it was a transfer within the estate. So that's why you will never see a sale on the card. You won't see that price anywhere on the card. But I believe if anybody's looking at the backup, as I'm talking, there is, you know, there is documentation on how all that happened and how how it was transferred within the trust, so that the son and the mother ended up, you know, deciding to buy it. So again, there was some interest, but it, you know, they don't know what that interest was. I think Follett recalls, they said, please wait until 3/9 in case they wanted to add anything else to the file. But I'm not seeing anything new added to the paperwork in terms of, you know, listing history or a list of who might have, you know, did they get any offers, you know, from people calling the office, but they never presented those offers to the estate at that point in time. So they knew there was some interest, but it never hit the MLS. So it must have just been based on either inter-office broker conversations or else from, you know, the magazine. And it was cleaned up. So yeah, I don't think you'll see any pictures online of it. And so that's what they're asking to go to. I asked them if they'd done any work to the property. They said no, some landscaping improvements, but they really haven't done anything to them. And I believe the 2.69 price is what they, you know, it was never shown. No one ever went in. That's what they're going. They would like that 2.69 price from the broker. I believe it's the broker price. It's been a bit. I apologize. I didn't prepare that much. I just want to see what the appraisal was for. I can't remember what the estate appraisal was.
So I have a question. So I saw the appraisal for 2018. I saw the letter from the real estate agent for 2019. And then I saw the posting for 2.649. The posting, do you know what day, when that was? Was that 2019 or 2020?
This is Kathleen. Yeah, it was, they indicated that it was in like June of 2020, that they had all that work done in the spring, and then June 2020, you know, so after COVID had hit, they had it cleaned up and intended to put it on the market. And then the mother and son just decided at that price, the listing price of 2.69, that they would buy it themselves. So the contract.
So they had it. So they
Sorry,
had
go
it
ahead.
on the market for 2.649 in the middle of the year last year.
In 2020, but it never really hit them. It never hit the market. They never
Got it.
showed it. They never, you know, I asked Mr. Dawson, you know, did the brokers come to you? Because there was activity and interest in the office. And I said, did anybody come to you, you know, to offer you the 2.69 or to offer you 3.1 million? You know, was there any, and he did not, you know, that any offers from anybody else sight unseen were never presented to them, because at that point in time, they decided they wanted to sell it as an estate. So,
This is Harold. I recognize this house. It did come before the board last year. Last year, the assessed value was $2,950,070. That's the assessed value. Currently, the town has it assessed for less, $2,618,910. Last year, when it came before the board on March the 2nd, there was no change. There was no change made at that time. And since the town is valuing the property less now than it did in the prior reval period, I think it's clear that the current valuation should remain.
This is Paulette. I wanted to add to Kathleen's information as well. The person who bought it, the young man and his mother, it was his grandmother's house, as she had said. They were not involved in any way with the decisions based on the sale of the house. There were several executors, and how I know this is I spoke with Lynn Dolan, Nancy Dolan's daughter-in-law. They were doing the listing together. So this young man had nothing to do with the executors, and they were very difficult people to deal with. They wanted what they wanted, which is why they went and got another opinion from a broker who was not as experienced as Nancy Dolan, gave him a different price. She gave him what they wanted to hear, but because they wanted to do business with Nancy and they liked her, they gave her the listing with the other price. So they took the other broker's price opinion, which was higher than Nancy's, but they gave it to Nancy. They did put it in some high-end magazines. Lynn said that they did not have anybody who wanted to see it that actually went far enough to want to see it. But it was out on the market. And really, I think that's all you have to do whenever you're doing an estate. You just have to show that it was available to the public, which they did, even though it wasn't on MLS. And so these people bought it for the price that Nancy Dolan listed it for. They did not get a reduction in price. So it's not really an unqualified sale since he was not involved in it. And he paid the asking price, which is what any other buyer would have been expected to pay. He didn't even try to negotiate. They just paid what was asked, and that was it. And I believe that Amy Curry, I don't know if it's in there, and I didn't read the whole letter, but I believe that I thought I heard somewhere, maybe he said it when we were talking to him, was that Amy Curry had said that she gave him a range, but that she expected to negotiate. But they didn't negotiate. They just took the price. So based on that, we have a sale that meets the standards Even, I'm not looking at the appraisal, it was an appraisal from 2018, I'm not even paying attention to it. And so this is the market value of that home for a buyer. So I think we should entertain the fact that this should be accepted. He met all the qualifications and we have a recent sale.
This is Kathleen. I would point out that the appraisal from 2018 was due to settle, to settle the estate. And I think that, I don't know that much about appraisals, but I would assume when you're settling an estate, you're going to get an accurate appraisal because there's multiple people involved in the value of the estate and everything else is going on. So that January 2018 appraisal was for $2,230,000 in January of 18.
And
So
he paid,
And I'll note that
he paid 2.6, right? He and his mother. Again, it was a transfer within the estate, so there's no. It's probably in there in the deeds, and the appraisals used 3 sales on Sasco Hill Road. When they did the appraisal in 2018, so it does look like they looked at comparable sales. I'm just looking to see, houses that have been on the market for a long time. Sale dates 15, 16, and 17. So the sales were in that 18 appraisal. Again, it's difficult to do those kinds of properties, but he came up with $2,230,000 to settle the estate. So.
And that is, it's a professional appraisal, which to settle an estate, you don't really need a professional appraisal. So this was a high standard to have. And executors that are outside the family and so forth would pay for the professional appraisal. So there's really doesn't seem to, it seems a valid, well-documented case.
Catherine, you're saying it is or it isn't? I'm sorry.
No, we're talking, they have a professional appraisal, which, yes, you need for tax reasons. It's dated 6 months after the date of death. That's when you value yours. But you don't have to get a professional appraisal. So this is a high standard. Sometimes you can just kind of put a number in there. They crossed their T's and dotted their I's by going that extra step.
I see. Okay.
Are we ready to vote on this? Do we need any further discussion? Then I will call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal in full to the asking price, raise your hands. All those opposed? Any abstentions? We have 4 votes in favor of granting the appeal, no, opposed, and 1 abstention. I'm Harold Zawadzki, and I'm abstaining. The motion is carried 4-0-1. Kathleen, do you have another? Or do you?
Yes, this is Kathleen. So that finishes up, Paulette, I believe that finishes Sasco Hill, right?
the ones that yes.
Yeah. I think there were only 6. So we can go back to the Sherman list since we have some, poor Ronique, he did get a few of his Reef Road ones in there, but let's see. So we don't have John, but if we go back towards the bottom of the list and sort of work our way up on this list, I think that might be helpful. I think, Harold, right, you've gotten most of yours. We did Palma Senator too. That's right. I didn't mark that one as done. So that was a little bit further up the list. So let me see. I think I can do number 460, although I'm going to need Ross's help for a dollar amount probably, but we'll see when he said he's coming back. So why don't I at least start that one and we'll see how soon before he comes back.
This is Harold. This is Appeal 460 that you're going to bring.
460, yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. No, you did say 460.
Yeah, and it is 402 Roland Road. The owners of the property are Sarah and Stephen Levy. Oh, no, maybe Sarah is it, but he represented his wife and provided an affidavit. The town's value on the property is $902,100, and he's requesting a reduction to $850,000. So I will make a motion to grant the appeal and reduce the appraised value to $850,000.
Do I have a second?
Catherine will second for discussion.
The motion is seconded. We can open this appeal number 460 for discussion.
Okay, so let me present a little bit of information about it. This was sort of one of those interesting, I'm comparing myself to my neighbors on three of the four corners. It is Roland Road, but it's at the intersection of Roland Road and Quincy Street, which for those of us who've looked a little bit, that's where the beach properties switch in land value from BP3 to BP2, I believe, or something like that, right in that area. But anyway, these are 1920s, colonials, all built about the same time, similar style. And he lives at 402. And so he was looking at what his neighbors' appraised values were from the town. 403 Roland Road was one of the ones he focused on. And then oh boy, where's the other one here?
Was it 394?
Thank you. Yes, 394 Roland Road. Yeah. And so in our, and he noticed that 394 Roland Road was basically the same house as his, built by the same builder, same time, all updated. His house is not, and yet that house is appraised by the town $150,000 less than his house. So he couldn't understand why that had happened. They've been in their house for a long time. They haven't done any work to their home. So, and then he also talked about the neighbor at 403 and how their appraised value was very similar to his, and yet they have another bathroom and they're updated. They have a family room. It's different. So, but in our discussion, it came up that 403 Roland Road had sold for $925,000. I thought I had more papers on this. I don't know what I did with them. I had all the field cards printed out. Let's see if I can find those. Oh, boy.
This is Harold. I believe the field card for 394 Roland is in the file. If you wanted to look there.
Yeah, I printed them out last night. I must have left them some. Oh, here it is. It's behind me here. Yeah, I made a copy of all of his paperwork. So basically, we had a discussion about comparing his property, considering it was, a very similar year, right on the same corner. I said, let's leave the 394 Roland Road off the table because perhaps they are undervalued. I didn't see any permits pulled on the card to say that they had, improved their home. So there were no building permits in there, but something, to say that it's 150,000 less, same size lot, same age, kind of across the street, in better condition and more bathrooms. So we focused on the 403 lot. And since it sold for $925 on 9920, and he said the field card says that they have 1.5 bathrooms, but the MLS listing says 2.5 bathrooms, and he said that he was told either by I believe the previous owner who did work, that in fact there's 2.5 bathrooms in that home. So just when you're, comparing the two of them, just know that it sold for $925 with 2.5 bathrooms. He only has 1.5 bathrooms, and his kitchen is not updated. His home is 2,078 square feet. Yeah, the 403 Roland Road is updated. It has a deck. It has a family room. It's 2,386 square feet, a little bit greater acreage at the 0.24 acres. So, and his home is, basically the same. So I was trying to figure out, or I was going to ask Ross for some help in terms of So I know the 902 number, is probably even too high for him, given that the other one's all updated, has another bathroom. He should probably be lower than 902, but to bring his depreciation down, and he's got, 400, 300 less square feet in the house. So I was looking to probably, like I said, reduce the depreciation to come to an appropriate number, because he was mostly doing, again, the comparisons with the neighbors in terms of assessed and appraised, which I try to stay away from, and try to do okay sales data. How are you better or worse than them, and how do we adjust for that? There it is.
This is Harold. Just for clarification, if we are thinking that based upon the MLS listing, that the subject property card or valuation is based upon the fact that it has one less bathroom than it actually has, then isn't that in favor of the owner, or at least in terms of what the appraised value is?
No, it's not the subject property. It's the neighbor across the street. The sale at 403 sold. The town has it valued, so that may be why the town's value on that property is very similar to his, because it's listed as having 1.5 bathrooms, which is, same as what his house has. But in fact, it has 2.5 bathrooms. So it's sold at 925 with the 2.5 bathrooms, and the listing has that. So Ross, I don't know how we correct that. The number of bathrooms on the 403 Roland Road, it isn't the subject of, it's not the subject property in this appeal, but the MLS listing lists the 2.5 bathrooms, and he's
Right.
confident there's 2.5 in there.
And this is Harold, and the subject is 1.5 bathrooms.
That's correct. And, 300 to 400 square feet less, and he's not updated. And if you look in the appeals, he's got pictures of his kitchen. He did mention that he's listed as a 5-bedroom. This is the one I was talking about before, but he says he only has 4 bedrooms. It is a heated attic, but it's not a bedroom upstairs. So I did have Ross go and correct the field card and change it from 5 bedrooms to 4, and it did not affect the vision value of the property. Again, probably because it's the same finished square footage. So it had no impact on the, what the value of the house was to go from 5 to 4 bedrooms. So.
Excuse me, I have a question. So, and Ross probably be the best one to answer it. So this house, they're saying he has 5 bedrooms, and his square footage, did the square footage they're saying he has include that 5th bedroom?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes. It's finished in the attic. Those houses on Roland Road over there, those older colonials, a lot of them will finish off the attic upstairs. So he does have heat. And if you look in the photos that he provided, he has carpet, and he's using it. I don't know if they're using it as a playroom or storage. I don't recall what he said, but, they are using, it's considered finished, and however they consider the top floor, but he does not have a bathroom up there, and it's not being used as a bedroom. It doesn't have a closet. So he asked that be corrected on his card, that it be listed as a 4. So that won't change the dollar amount. That's just what's in the computer. I thought it might bring it down, but it didn't change it at all. I mean, who's calling on people, Ronique? I'm happy to, and then Catherine has a question,
I think Catherine's hand was raised first, so I'll let Catherine go.
Oh, no, I wasn't even, go ahead, Ronique, you might ask it.
Okay. So 403 is definitely a nicer house than 402, right? That's without question.
Oh,
So the thing is that I'm wondering, 402, the appellant, we have, and I hate looking at appraised values, but for this case, 402 Roland, we have the dwelling appraised at 253. 403, which is the nicer property, we have the dwelling at a lower amount at 231. 403 sold at 925. Hers is currently appraised at 902. That's just something I wanted to point out.
So this is Kathleen. I asked Ross about that, because I thought maybe we would be doing this one the other day. So the reason for that is because the subject property is coded as a colonial and that 403 is coded as conventional, and it's a brick Tudor. So perhaps, whenever something like that gets changed, it probably should, for all intents and purposes, it has an interesting front to it. If you look at it, it's a brick house, and and the brick is included in there, but because it's coded as a conventional, the system does not value conventional homes at the same, they don't give it the same value. They're valued more than a cape, but less than a colonial. So you are correct, because I looked at that as well. I was like, how come the dwelling, if it's 2,300 square feet, it's bigger than the subject property, regardless of whether there were permits pulled or, how the improvements were done. But looking at the vision card, they should probably have the 2.5 baths in there, if in fact that's what they have. And whether we can change the coding on it to colonial from conventional, that would probably increase the value on the property to make it closer to the 925, which is what it sold for. I don't know, but Ross got his hand raised, so maybe he can shed some light on that.
Yeah, I think the problem with 403, yes, it's coded as a conventional, but it's not really a colonial. If you look at some of the pictures from the side, it does not have a full upper story. It's more of a very steep pitched roof and double dormered, I'm assuming. So the front dormer doesn't even cover maybe half the area, maybe a little more, until you get into the gable running the opposite direction.
I just know he said it had 2,386 square feet on the 403. So it has, however they're calculating whether the dormers or not, and whether we can change it, whether maybe it needs to stay a conventional, and how we value conventionals within, the system. But, so anyway, I'm thinking, Catherine has a question, comment.
I liked where you were going before. We have this comp that's sold at 925. And I'm not disputing all your comments about the field card and the details. However, can you get me, or can the appellant get me from that comp of 925 to his 850? And I just want to know a couple of adjustments, like an appraisal report that's going to do that. So it's just so hard scrolling through, all the information is here, but is that pulled together anywhere? Whereas, okay, so the comp had 2,300, almost 2,400 square feet. What does he have?
Yeah, he has
And Catherine-
2,000. He has 2,078. He's got less square feet. He's got about 300 less square feet. He has 1.5 bathrooms, and his house is not updated. He doesn't have a family room. I don't know if that's where the 300 square feet goes. And again, he felt that the bedroom was affecting his value as well, but that's not the case. We did address the bedroom issue.
This is Harold.
Value-
Also, the subject property has no central air conditioning. The 403 does have it, and the square footage is affected by the roof design, because the space underneath the roof, whether it's finished, I guess more so when it's finished, the square footage usage is less. So if you see, because of the slope of the roof, so it's not clear that the final living area equates to, well, it does equate to the square footage of living area that's measurable.
And
But
it has
there's a difference there. It's not apples to apples.
the sale price, the one that sold has 2.5 baths versus the 1.5 baths. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, the
Okay.
listing is wrong in vision, but if you check the MLS, it says 2.5 baths.
And where are the bedrooms in both of them? Like you're saying, how many, is the bedroom in the attic? Is it in the attic in both? Where?
Ross, can you look at the 403 and tell us where you think let me see.
402,
I think the
403?
multiple listing may tell you that. This is Harold speaking.
are they both 5 bedrooms?
403 has a master bath with with a master bedroom with an attached bath and a family room, which were added 10 years ago. 402 does not have a family room and just a single small bath for 4 bedrooms on the second floor.
But it doesn't have a master either. Okay, so
Yeah,
give-
like 1.5 baths, a half bath on the first floor and just a hall bath
So-
on the second floor.
so for me, the question is 75,000 worth, one less bath, no master bedroom, not updated, no family room, and less than 300 square feet? That's just my thought process.
This is Paulette.
Yeah,
Let me try.
Catherine. Go ahead, Paulette, sorry.
The amenity, the different amenities, yes, but I think most of it is in the condition of the house. I don't know, I can see the condition of it, and it really looks brand new. The master bath is gray and white and all marble with full glass doors. I mean, nothing in this other house is updated. So if I look at the pictures of the top, and then I look at this house and I say, what would it really cost to make that house like this one? It's got to cost more than $75,000, and that's without the family room, without the air conditioning. So I think
deck.
I would have asked for a lot more if it were me.
And that's where I'm going. I just want to get to his 850,
Yeah.
and I have 3 or 4 reasons. So I'm good. I just wanted to kind of see. I just wanted that out there.
Okay.
I'm good. That's the information I personally need. So thanks
Okay.
for pulling it together, Kathleen.
Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll call a vote. Anyone want to raise their hand for further discussion? Then I will call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal, raise your hand. The appeal is granted unanimously, 5-0-0. Thank you.
Sure. This is Kathleen. And Ross, I would just ask at some point in time, we try to figure out why, another home at that same exact intersection that's in nicer shape, almost identical house is 150 to, 170 less in the town values. That on Roland Road, I would just expect that to be very similar. So I just want to know if that's an anomaly on that property, on that, what's that address there? The 394 Roland Road, or why is it, if it was $20,000, I might say, okay, that's the size of the lot or something else going on with the house, but an updated house, literally on the same corner, same age, same size, to be 150,000 less just doesn't sound right to me. So we don't have to talk about that now. That's just, I can put it on my list to talk to you about.
I have a question for Ross. The square footage in the attic on that house, the comp,
Which house,
Yeah.
Paulette?
the square footage calculation on the one that's the Tudor look. The second floor of that, where it doesn't have full headlight, that gets calculated differently, right?
I don't believe we have any attic space on that house.
No, but
Do
even
you have the
even the
number again on that?
403 Roland Road.
403.
But
Okay, let
even
me
the-
go back to it.
Okay,
No, 403, we have it as a finished half story for the second floor
okay,
and nothing above that.
okay.
So no attic whatsoever.
I was thinking about the second floor because of the slope and the roof. That's what I was asking about. So thank you.
Right, so we do the second floor as a half.
Okay,
This is Kathleen, but it has that family room, so that's probably where the additional square footage comes from. Then it's probably more square footage on the first floor with the addition of the family room. And then they have the deck. Okay,
Is that the addition out the rear?
I think that's what he said. I thought he said there was, I didn't see any building permits on the 403 card either. Again, doesn't mean that they didn't pull them. I just didn't see it on the 403 card that they had done the kitchen and put a deck on family room. I don't think there were any improvements on that, listed on that card.
Yeah,
So-
I shouldn't call it, it looks like an addition on the sketch just because it's out the rear and
Mhm.
it's a nice square. So that section out the rear is 361 square feet. And then it also is a full upper story, so it would be counted as twice that.
Maybe that's where that master bath and bedroom is as well. Okay.
Probably. And that could have been put on years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it looks like 1999.
Okay, so you do have that, okay.
Yep.
All right, am I up next? I guess I am, right? Let me see who I can do. I don't know, the Judson one, I'm not sure I'm quite ready for that. Let's see. I think I can do appeal number 544.
I'm sorry, Kathleen, what number?
Sure, it's appeal number 544. I'm gonna skip the 31 Judson. I just have to put my head around that one again. I may.
Oh, no, I totally understand that. I had to get around the number.
Looking
you
at it, I'm like, Judson, wow, yeah. And I may look at, because I looked at them earlier today, believe it or not, but I looked at the cover sheet and,
There's a
see,
lot.
so. Okay, so this is number 544, appeal number 544. The property address is 178 Lally Boulevard. The owner is David Wesselcouch. And I believe his wife, it's cut off on the sheet here. The town has his home valued at $916,900, and he's requesting a reduction to $847,921. And I will make a motion to grant the appeal and reduce the appraised value to $847,921.
This is Veronique. I'll second that motion. Ross has a question or
Yeah.
comment or something.
I would prefer if you could round these off because our systems do round.
This is Kathleen. You mean if we try to grant it, we would do a grant in part to a rounder number?
Yeah, like make it 847,900, round to the nearest hundred.
Okay. All right, so the appellant, his presentation is included in the record. He used 4 areas to analyze data. He used Federal Reserve data. He used statistics from a refinance that he had. He used Realtor.com, which says his value is $839,200, and he used Zillow, which said his value is $898. He did refinance in October of 2020 using an online banking service. So they did not do an appraisal. And maybe Ross can explain a little bit more about this. Something about he backed into the number they gave him to come up with, let me see if I can find it better in my
This is Ross.
notes.
What point are you looking at on his?
Oh, gosh, it was a lot of backup. I don't have the whole thing pulled up right now, but basically he refinanced in October of 2020. He borrowed $437,400 at a ratio of 50.9%. So they used the loan to value ratio. So that's how he came up with his number. So while they didn't give him a appraised value, they said, based on that, you can borrow this at 50.9%. So that's how he came up with his other eight number.
Right.
And then he averaged all 4 of those figures to come to the 847 number. He did talk about 2 comps, one being the 403 Roland Road that we just talked about there, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, sold for $925 on 820. Square footage was 2386. I believe his property is 2476, so a little bit bigger. Again, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. And then he listed the comp at 333 Roland Road, which were 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, only 2,000 square feet. That sold for $847,000 in June of 20. And I think, I should have printed the field card. I think he has a, yeah, so he had a list of comparable sales, but some of them were on Reef Road and Catherine Terrace, Puritan, Cummings Avenue, another one on Catherine Terrace, which was a colonial and a contemporary. You know, the pre-urban was a cape and a ranch. We've seen that 775 one before. So that's where he averaged, and I think he did it based on the square footage of the living space. Again, I asked him to, tell me which of those comps on that list. He agreed that, comping a contemporary on Catherine Terrace was probably not the best way to comp it, but that's how he came up with his market value per square foot. So again, he's using, these four numbers and averaging them together. He did explain that he does have hardship on his property, and that he has a smaller lot than most of the others on Roland. I believe he's one off the corner. So, but I think that may be adjusted in his land value, because his lot is smaller. The other thing, he doesn't have air conditioning, and tiny closets, very small kitchen. But again, that's how he came to his 847 number, by using the Federal Reserve data, Zillow, all of that, and then averaging the square footage of those 6 comps that he provided in the backup. And the other thing, he said he has a shared driveway, and so I don't know. He said, combined with my small lot, and then I have a shared driveway with my neighbor, it makes my lot a lot less desirable than the other ones on Roland Road. I believe I checked his card. I didn't see any, land. That would be a land adjustment, I would guess, if you have a shared drive. I don't know that the town takes that into account. Paulette could probably speak to how that actually affects the market value of a home to have a shared driveway.
This is Harold. Also, I noticed that there may not be a garage. Is there a garage listed on the property?
This is Kathleen. I thought I printed all those field cards out, but I believe it's a detached garage in the back, and he's got a value for that on his card. Let me call up the card.
This is Ross.
I'm
If you go to
looking
page
at the card.
43, there's an aerial that, because Kathleen, you had requested some info and some scenarios and we put those in there. That starts on page 38.
Yes, I see for 178 Lally Boulevard. This is Harold speaking. Kathleen had made a request, and there are some aerial photos, so I can see a shared driveway, yes, and a rear garage.
Yes, I believe I just had until I clicked over to this, I had the field card up. On the field card, it shows it looks like he's got a loft above the garage, valued at $33,700 on his card as well. So that, added a decent amount of value to his property. And the FPL3, I think that's the fireplace, right? Ross, is the FGR4 with the loft, is that a garage, the $33,700?
It's a garage, yes.
That's the garage. Okay, so yes, it's a detached garage, but it is, and I believe it was built in 2005, so it's a newer garage on the property. Does not have air conditioning. Most of the homes in this area are not FEMA compliant, so it's not, they're not raised. Similar age, style to the ones we just talked about on Roland. This one was built in 1928. So you did say, I apologize, I didn't know that you added the aerial view. So, I don't know how people feel about,
This is Ronique. So I'm comparing 203 Catherine Terrace to the Appellant's 178. 203, I mean, it sold at, what was the value on that again? So anyway, it's sold for a value lower than what she's requesting, and 203 has a larger lot. The difference with square footage, yeah, it's like 300 square foot difference. Right now, I don't really see that she's asking for something impossible. I mean, I kind of think it's fair, but that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. I'm not sure if anyone else has thoughts.
Well, this is Kathleen. I'm not sure that Catherine Terrace is a comparable, sale for Lally Boulevard. Lally and Roland have, in these 1920s, there's some sales in there and they are not unique properties, but people, when you talk about living there, you know what that means. And so Catherine Terrace is off of Oldfield Road, if I have the right neighborhood. And yeah, I wouldn't, that's why I asked him, I was surprised when he picked those comps. And again, he was doing his square footage, price per square foot town value, wasn't doing it on a curve. He was just doing it straight out. So I see what you did with the curves. So you gave him a non-conforming lot and you gave him a 0.95 adjustment, Ross, and that took his the land value down to 554,800.
This is
Yeah,
how,
we gave
yes,
you,
I saw that on the card.
we gave you two scenarios, one at -5% on the land and one at -10.
And what was the land value before? Sorry, I gotta scroll up. I gotta find the card.
Yeah,
It was at 584.
no, that's
So
not
at
my.
5% off, it takes 30,000 off the price of his, basically off the land value of his home for his shared driveway. And I mean, again, looking at the Roland comps, which were two of the ones he provided on there, the one that sold for 925. His house is a little bit bigger than that. He does still have 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. I'm tempted to say if we take the garage, if we give him $30,000 for the share drive, it doesn't get him down to the 847, but his 847 number again was an average of, Federal Reserve data, the backing into the 859 number from his refinance, Realtor.com numbers and Zillow numbers. So the refinance was an 859 number, which was 10,000 more than he's requesting. But again, they didn't come do an appraisal. They just backed into that value for him. So.
This is Paulette. You had asked a question before, Kathleen. I didn't get a chance to answer it. The
Oh,
shared
thank you.
drive, the shared driveway, maybe, I understand that they took 30,000 off for that. And that's, basically that they have a reason for that. In market value, it's more than that for somebody to be willing to buy a house with a shared driveway. But also on this man's lot, he's got 0.19 of an acre and he's got a detached garage built in, I guess, the 90s or something, or 2003, whatever. So I'm guessing that garage, 2-car garage, is 25 by 25, which is not a generous garage. It's good size for 2 cars with a little storage, okay? It's about 500 square feet of his property is now taken up by the garage on a lot that's already non-conforming and smaller than the others. So now some of those other properties on Rowan may have the detached garage. I can't see them in the pictures, so I'm assuming that they're detached, but they have bigger lots to start with. So it is a detriment. It's not good for his value to have both the shared driveway and the 2-car detached garage on a lot that's smaller than other people's. So we probably could adjust for that. I mean, the difference between, so if we took the 30,000, then his value is like 886 and he wants 847. So I don't know. I can understand why he's saying that's what his property's worth. I can see it, but I don't know that everybody can based on, I'm thinking of market value and buyer preferences as opposed to the value placed by the town.
Right. I do see that, again, the 333 Roland Road comp, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, June, sold in June 20 for 847. That was 2,068 square feet. I didn't look at the pictures of the 333 Roland. I don't recall if that was an updated, those are kind of 2 sales that I would see would be similar to the Lally sale. So I don't know that I would see him as low as the 847. Just because that Roland one is a lot smaller property, but maybe it was, in amazing shape. I don't think he provided, did he provide me with pictures of the inside?
You're looking at that. I have a question for Ross. This guy has a partially finished attic, on the 3rd floor, partially finished, if I'm not mistaken. When you do the value of that, is it like what you do finished basement where it's not the same calculation, or is it the same calculation as the 1st and 2nd floor?
Let me get back to the house. And this is on 178?
This is
Yes, 178 Lally.
Okay, yeah, we have no attic on that house either. This is
Okay.
just a finished upper story. So a finished upper story would be considered 100% of the base area.
so the finished upper story level. You're saying?
You broke up. A finished upper story is essentially a second floor.
Okay, then I'm seeing vision appraisal paperwork, finished attic. Maybe I'm on the
On
wrong
which
one.
property?
Let me make sure that's
This
the
is
right.
Harold, yes, 156 square feet finish of the 390, I assume, measured.
So that's what I'm asking about. It says,
Yeah,
like, well,
where is that? I'm trying to find it on the card.
the
Under-
building-
Oh, I see. It's a,
Building sub.
yeah, no, I see it. Unfortunately, it's not part of the sketch.
So Ross, this is one more question that I'm looking at the 333 Roland Road, which was one of the comps that he provided. It is all updated, or certainly it's been painted and it was in good shape to sell, back in June. But the MLS is listing it at 2,600 square feet. The town, his sheet to me says 2,068. So
Oh, let me finish one question at a
Sorry.
time.
Sorry.
Yeah, on the FAT, normally it would be a percentage of the base area. But in this case, it was put in as just a measurement, not in the sketch. So I can't tell you where exactly that is in the house, but they're saying that there's 390 square feet of finished attic and unfinished attic. So that would be a total of 780. So, okay, that's over the main area of the house. Okay. So where you see the main area of the house, the FUS, the BIS, and the UBM, that FAT and UAT is over that space. And the FAT is at 150, about at 50% or 25% of that area is considered finished.
So I guess my question is, so with that 156 square feet, does that have the same value in dollars as, say, the second story or the first story? Or is that calculated at a different amount?
I'm looking at the card. This is Harold. I think that the unit cost is $57.69 for the finished attic, whereas the second floor is $144.23 unit
Okay.
cost.
No, it's
Is
much
that
less. I just wanted to
Oh.
look at that and verify it. And then the unfinished portion is at $21.82.
So I guess my point is, I was wondering how it was done. So thank you for that information. I guess when I'm looking at this, when we compare comps, if we're looking at a house that's, say, 2,500 square feet, all on the first two floors, and a house that's 2,500 square feet on all three floors, then there's a difference in the value.
It
So-
depends on what the third level is. If it's a third floor, then it
No, I
would
mean
be, and it's FUS, it's valued the same as it's counted as living area. Or I'm sorry, it's just the same as any other floor. When you get into an attic, you're dealing with a pitched roof and, a space that's not as functional. So that's when the value would, the cost per square foot would drop.
That's what I was thinking. Okay.
But you'd have to look for the FAT code. If you had base FUS on a three-story house, then those two finished upper stories are valued the same.
Okay.
And this is Harold. I think that's what I was getting at when we were talking about the 402 what was it, 402 Roland, and comparing with that brick-faced house at 403 across the street. I mean, the roof lines are so different that the square footage calculation is different because of how much usable space there is under that attic roof line. And yeah, I did notice that the pricing was different per square foot based upon how much square footage was applied. Does that make sense? Okay. Are we going to vote on this?
Well, this is Kathleen. I don't know. First of all, Ross doesn't want that number with the ones in it. So I think no matter what, we need to make an amendment to change the dollar amount. I guess I'm just looking for a little, I would say that we give at least give him some adjustment for the driveway. And bring him down at least the 30 from the driveway. Whether we want to bring him down, what did the second number bring him down? 60 for the driveway? I think that's a lot for a shared drive to get into. I don't know in general, but I don't know if we want to get into taking, considering all shared driveways to be a 0.9 land value deduction. That's what I'm just not sure about. Any thoughts?
Well, if you took it, this is Harold, if you took it down 30,000, you'd be at 886,900. And the ask is 847,900 to round it. So the difference is what, $29,000?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a little confused on the Roland, on the 333 Roland, like I said, because the town has it at 2,068. MLS says it's 2,600 square feet finished. So something's not right there, and that's a comp. That's all. Catherine?
Looking at the field card for that, and realtors will include, the MLS will include the finished basement. So the difference is the finished basement for 500.
Okay, thank you.
Which is pretty common in that area. I'm kind of with you, Kathleen. I'm looking at that list of comps and I'm trying to come up with, again, what's the difference. I like the 333 Roland Road and the 403 Roland Road as comps. And that's the range of 847 and 925. I'm kind of in the middle of that as well. So I think we just need a number to vote on, or
This is Ronique. Paula, I personally hate cooking up numbers, but Paula, I'm asking for your expertise. As far as lowering it, do you think that it's comfortable at that 869 number, or do you think it should go lower, or what are your thoughts?
I'm okay with the 847, 921, but I'd rather, because I know that the shared driveway is valued more than 30,000 worth of problems for the person who wants to buy it. And the fact that garage takes up another 500 square feet of land when he already has less than 0.20. So I would think that's why I'm saying that. But, I can understand where people are coming from the other number. You gave him the 30,000 for the driveway. And if that's all, if that's all we're going to get to, then that's what we're going to get to. But I'm okay with his number based on those two things. Again, I look at it differently. I look at it specifically at market value and what I hear people say when I show them houses. So not everybody's going to come to that number. Be comfortable with that.
Well, this is Kathleen. I mean, again, he uses square footage to come up with some of his numbers and his math. He didn't just sort of say, this comp's nicer than mine. That's not. He used Federal Reserve data. So sometimes how he made his argument. So, he didn't show me pictures of the inside. He did say he had some tiny closets, but he didn't say, that it was in terrible shape inside, that he needed, a reduction for depreciation or anything like that. So, I mean, I guess I can I amend my own motion? I guess I can, right? To whatever the 916,900 minus 30,000, whatever that would be. That would be.
Thank you, Paulette, by the way, Ronique.
You're welcome, Ronique.
Is that 886,900? Did I do my math? I don't have a calculator here. 886,900. I think that sounds right. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion and change the requested to change it to grant in part and change the requested value to 886,900.
This is Harold. I'll second it. I'll call a vote. All those in favor of partial reduction to, lost it, 880,
6,900, and again, that's, we're just voting on the amendment. We're not voting on the main motion, so take a vote on the amendment.
okay. Vote on the amendment to reduce in part. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. I've got unanimous 5 for voting on the amendment. And now we can vote on the reduction in part to 889, 886,900. All those in favor of granting the reduction to 886,900, raise your hand. It's unanimous. The reduction in part to 886,900 is approved 5-0. Granted, 5-0.
Thank you, everyone, for your help with that one.
Who's got one?
I'm sure I'm totally blind, but Harold, did we go through your Edward Street ones?
No? Yeah, we can.
I have another one that I can do, I think in the similar area.
Okay,
Can you keep going?
yeah, of
Then
course.
I think I can get to 3 that I have.
Okay, hopefully this one will be fairly straightforward. Let's see. This is appeal number 117. The property address is 60 Lally Boulevard. The owners of the property are Kathleen O'Brien and Ted Schwartzman. The town's value on the property is $930,300. The requested value is $893,155. So I will make a motion to grant this appeal at the requested value of 800, or the town's requested value of $893,155.
This is Harold. I'll second.
Okay. So Mr. Schwartzman presented this appeal. Let's see. It's a 1927's house, 2328 square feet, 4 bedrooms. I believe it's 3 bathrooms. He's got a garage valued at $15,000. He's looking for a $37,000 reduction, lot size 11,700 square feet. And he presented an in-depth regression analysis to show why the requested value should be 893 and not the 930 that the town has. He took 6 houses sold in the base period, did average square footage of each. I did ask him if, of the 6 homes that he picked 6 sales. I asked him if of the 6 sales, were any similar to his house. And he said, no, that, the ones in there were really not. I'd have to look at the list again, but in short, the conversation was he concentrated more on sales than what sold, and not the ones that were that close to his house. He quoted that his R squared was very good on his model at 99.6, and that his F statistic was 527, which is very statistically significant, and that his model explained the relationship between those properties. And so there were only 3 colonials in the beach area. And he did say of the 6 that he listed, I take it back, 333 Roland is closer, but it is smaller. And it contracted in January. So he said he is technically FEMA compliant. I believe, but not eligible for a lift. So basically his, his 847 sold was smaller for that other property there. But again, he used, I was a microeconomics major in college. But the regression, he used a regression analysis and a model to come up with his number, and the six properties he put in, really only one of them was comparable to his property. So I'm tempted to not support this appeal, only because it's not that large of a reduction. And as much as I appreciate, the statistics and all of that, I feel like the town has its own model, and it's probably, a the town model is reasonably close. And who are we to say that, his regression, I can't say that his regression analysis is more perfect than the town's model.
Sorry,
Catherine?
Kath, did you make a motion? Was it seconded? Just,
I
I'm
thought I
sorry.
made a motion. I don't know if
It might be me. I might have lost the plot a little bit. Was the motion made?
I'm pretty sure I
have a
made the motion,
recorded, yep.
but I
Yeah,
don't know
okay.
who made the second.
Harold
Did we get a second?
seconded. Mhm.
Harold made a
I'm
second.
sorry, my bad.
Yes.
This is Ronique.
Yes.
This is Ronique. I just want to make a comment. Just having an R square value of that high is really good. That means he was really close in comparing the square footage and also the land area to his house. But you also have to keep in mind, R square value and regression results do not have any impact on address. So all of these are in different little areas. So, I mean, it's not a great way of evaluating a house statistically, right? I mean, because there's too many variables and they're not going to be considered in an R squared value. But that's me. I think we can vote on it. I don't think anyone else
Yeah,
has.
Harold, I think everybody's ready to vote. Did you want to call for the vote?
Thank you. This is Harold. All those in favor of granting this appeal, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. The vote is 0-5-0. The appeal is opposed unanimously. Okay, am I up? Or do you have another, Kathleen?
I mean, I do have some others, but I'm happy to let you go for a bit. And I will look at the Judson one in the meantime too. And I have one other one that's a little more complicated, so I don't want to tax people's brains too much this time of night, but, so if you want to take a couple, you're probably, I'm gonna look back at my sheet here and get my things off the thing, so.
Let me just look at the sheet and see what I've got coming up.
Yes, do you want me to tell you which ones you're pretty,
No,
we're all
I've got
sort of in the
I've
same
got it.
price range? Okay.
I'm good. Just shuffling papers here. All right, 283, appeal number 283. This is 111 Edward Street. The owner is Robert Camarda. Greg Lane presented an appraisal. He's using positive time adjustments in this appraisal. The house had been raised for FEMA compliance. It was lifted in April of 2014. But I make a motion to grant the requested value of $900,000. Do I have a second?
Catherine will second.
Catherine has seconded. The requested value is $900,000. The town has it valued at $1,017,600. This house has 2.5 baths. Take a look at it. 2-car garage. The comparables of this And I did give the address, right?
Yes, 111 Edwards.
111 Edward. Mhm.
On 11 Edward Street. We have comps that were presented at 133 Rhoda Avenue, 265 Penfield, and 296 Lally. Now, I believe we had quite a few homes that sold on Edward Street. And I'm just looking to see if there were any comparable homes that might have been used. This is 111 Edward Street. There were 3 sales in the period ending October 1st, 2020. Appears that they were all on the other side of the street. There's 26 Edward, 160, 184 Edward. I don't know if the side of the street you're on makes that much difference. Looking at the comps, I did not have an opportunity to see if they were in the same neighborhood code.
They would be.
Can someone possibly check that for me? There's a way to check if Rhoda, Penfield, and Lally are in.
This is Kathleen. Penfield and Lally, I'm 99% sure also in the Sherman district. And I seem to think Rhoda is as well. I would have to map it. Maybe Ross can.
Yes, they are all in the
This is-
same
This,
neighborhood code. They are. Okay.
this is Ross. There's a map in the appraisal
Yeah.
that
Thank
shows the
you.
location of the comp.
And our friend 333 Roland is included as the 4th comp.
Right.
I don't think
Map is
so.
on page 20.
This home is measured out at 2,464 square feet. The Rhoda is smaller, adjusted accordingly. Penfield larger, adjusted accordingly. I see a SIM. What does SIM mean for the Rhoda on the for basement and finish rooms below grade SIM?
This is Ross. Harold, where are you looking on the card?
No, I'm looking at the appraisal
Oh,
on page 5 of the appraisal, where on next to the basement and finished rooms below grade, I see OSF, SIM, full, and OSF going across. And on the 4th comp,
I think
OSF
it's
again.
one side finish is OSF.
Oh, it
I don't
should-
know, but I think.
I guess looking at the cards of those particular properties would make sense.
no, it's 0 square feet.
Oh,
That's on the comp, or the subject.
the subject has no basement? Is that what it means?
Well, 0,
No basement, is it on a slab, perhaps? Is that what it means?
yeah, I'm not sure what he's meaning there.
Okay.
Because the category is basement and finished rooms below grade. So it might be referring to the finished area?
I don't know, it was just something that I spotted and I was wondering about it. Okay,
And I believe SIM is for similar.
okay. The home is FEMA compliant, the Penfield Road property is not, even though it's larger size. And I guess that's adjusted for as well, right?
Where do you see that, Harold? This is
On
Kathy.
page 5 of the appraisal.
You see the FEMA compliance adjustment? Okay, I must have missed
Yes,
that.
it's the 4th item up from the bottom in the boxes.
This is Russ. It's interesting he makes no adjustment for that.
No, I know. I see fence. Where are you seeing FEMA compliance?
The very last line in the comp.
Oh, FEMA compliant. I see. Okay, got it. Down below. Yes, yes, no, no, but he does not adjust for that.
Seems to me that the property on Lally has more similarity, but I don't understand why there's a $100,000 adjustment. A lot of things are shown here. $100,000 difference for condition.
This
The
is
building-
Kathleen. Yeah, he tends to do, when he goes from good and good to average to good, he tends to have, I mean, you have to look at how he adjusts down below. The site size he does is acreage, his bathrooms he does 15,000, because I had 4 of his today, so I'm a little familiar with looking at them. So he tends to do a fair amount of condition, adjustments from average to good. So, location he has is good for all of them, and the
Yes.
acreage is fairly, he's not adjusting for the acreage at all. He's not saying one street is more desirable than the other. He would have put in a location adjustment for that. He didn't adjust for colonials versus capes. But it's mostly in the condition of the home is where, we've seen in the last couple ones, it's, it's 100,000 here or there on the property. So I don't, this is Kathleen, I'm not sure that I would consider the 333 Roland a comp for this, just as it's a totally different style house. I don't know, I don't, not as familiar with, and this is a cape, right? This is, Edwards considered a cape by the town as well. Well, let me see. I guess it's it's an expanded cape. And it's been raised. I'm just trying to figure out if there are certain comps there that if the Rhoda Avenue or the Penfield or well, maybe the 290. Yeah, I'm tired here. Let's see.
Now, he did say it had, why did he say to me that it has 2 full and 1 half bath when the appraisal says it's a 3 and 1, whereas the other, well, the Lally Boulevard has 3 baths. I don't know. I need some explanation of if these comps are reasonable. It has 2-car garage. Don't know what the garage situation is on comp 3. I don't think, I agree. I think comp 4 is a different kind of house altogether. I wasn't as prepared with this one to have the cards pulled. I don't know. Any thoughts on this? I don't know if I want to just take the appraisal at full face value for some reason.
Well, this is Kathleen. I mean, the Rhoda Avenue, the 133 Rhoda, that is FEMA compliant. I mean, the Penfield one, if he didn't adjust for FEMA compliance, and then he ends up with a value of, I don't know. I mean, I'm struggling with that part a little bit. And I guess without FEMA compliance, that one would have even come down more, even though he added the 100 for the condition. So the Rhoda, he adjusted to $1 million, right? That's where that one ended up. So
$1,750,000.
right. I mean, that's, average Cape Cod. A lot of things are very similar. The age is similar. The square footage on road is 500 square feet smaller. I mean, Paulette, is Rhoda and Edward pretty similar in terms of,
Rhoda's closer down to the beach. It's a little bit different than Edward, but basically they're all in that neighborhood. So yeah, they're about the same, the street wise.
okay. Yeah, I was looking at the house, the 133 Rhoda looks, it's smaller and it sold for $1 million, and he adjusted it to $1 million. Sold for 880, but he adjusted it up to $1 million. So,
Kathleen,
yeah.
it's Ross. Why did he take a $100,000 condition adjustment on comp 3? when
That's
they're
what I
both
was,
condition
Harold, that's
good.
what I was asking.
I wonder if that's where he took in consideration the FEMA compliance?
No, comp 3, this is Harold, is also FEMA compliant.
Oh, yeah, never mind. I'm sorry.
I don't know the answer to that because it's good. He's just got the 100, he's got the minus 100 there, And for the other one, the average, he added the 100, the 8 to come to 900, then he go to 948. And then he subtracted the gross living area. He took off 80,000 for the difference in the square footage, which is, a lot, but then it's not FEMA compliant. So I'm looking at the 133 Rhoda as really the better comp. The Lally Boulevard's an older house too. That's, 72 years old. 296 Lally is, let me see the picture of that. That's probably one that's been, is more of the traditional colonials down there. That sold for 975. And the Rhoda one sold fairly early in the period, right? It sold in March of 20, so that's technically pre-COVID sale. And he adjusted it to $1 million. So I'm just not, he did do the time adjustment, right? That's where the 52 gets added on there to get to $1 million. I don't know. I'm just not.
This
He
is
wants to go to 900. I'm not seeing 900. I'm just, but.
The sale, this is Harold, the
Excuse me.
sales date of the subject property is 10/1, so it's right on the button for the period. And the adjustment was made for the time on the Rhoda Avenue. So it does appear to me that Rhoda is a comp. It's a 1/10 of a mile away. It's
But this property didn't sell, right? No. It's got the sale date of 10/1, but that's just the date of the appraisal.
I'm sorry, yes, that's the appraisal date. Yes.
Paula has her hand raised.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you. I'd like everybody to look at the second to last page of the appraisal report before I say anything else.
yes.
Is
Thank
everybody
you.
looking where it says qualification, Greg Lane? Everybody raise their hand that's more qualified than that to make these judgments. My hand's not up. I'm just wondering if any of yours are. Again, people might wonder why I lose my temper and they don't like the way I say things. I sent an email this morning specifically addressing this. No one responded. We never talk about it. We go right on like I never sent it. We have no business picking this man's work apart like this. None at all. None of us are qualified to do it. And that's the story. You don't have to like what he did. He did what he did for a reason. You can't go line by line and decide you don't think $80,000 is the right number. He knows better than we do. There's a reason why he chose these. The neighborhood, there's nothing wrong with the neighborhood that he picked. There's houses that he picked in those neighborhoods. He made his adjustments. He came up with a value. So again, we're doing just what I said. I asked please not to do. And again, nobody responded. I don't get an answer. And you expect me to be polite about it. That can't happen. This man is a qualified appraiser. His work doesn't deserve to be treated like this. And let me also remind us in a very nice way that Ross, there's nothing against you. You have no business weighing in on anything that's on that report unless we ask a question. So please hold your comments on what you think was done and let us work this out.
And this is Harold. I did ask for some clarification of those basement codes. But let me ask you, Paulette, do you feel that the 4 comps that are presented are equally, are properly balanced or valued?
Well, that's why he makes those adjustments. He tries to balance them as best he can. It's never going to be 100%. It's never going to be dollar for dollar. It just doesn't work that way. He's got to go with what he has to work with. He picked the right neighborhoods. He picked decent homes. And then he makes his adjustments to what his educational background is. We don't have that background. I can't tell you why he picked 100,000 or not 80,000 or 70,000. He could tell us. Maybe we should have asked him when he was presenting it, but it's too late now. So I have no reason not to agree with his conclusion.
This is Kathleen. I mean, I had to with him today. I do typically ask him which is his best comp, and he will usually tell me. So I tend to asterisk that on my list, and we get into a conversation about that because, you know, they pick 4. So, I mean, I would tend to say that I just looked at the map. I think the Rhoda is of all of them, I think it's the really best one. I think he just does an average when he comes up with his prices, at least the 4 he gave me today. That's how he does it. He does an average. So I'm not crazy about an average. I would prefer to see high, and, you know, I'd like to see it done a little differently, but I would be willing to, you know, make a motion to grant in part to the $1,750,000, which is the adjusted price of the Rhoda Avenue property. I feel like that's pretty close. They're both the same distance from the beach. It's not up higher on Roland Road or any of that. I feel like that if he were, you know,
Well-
I don't want to speak for him, but I think that's the best. I think that's a good comp. This looks similar. It's a little smaller, but he adjusted for that.
This
FEMA
is how-
compliant.
Let me say that the request from the appellate is $1,017,600. So
Oh,
that's the number that the town has.
No, he's
And
asking
I'm
for,
requesting 900,000, approximately $100,000 less than the town's value.
Oh, and I would have gone to 1,750,000. So I'm sorry. I thought it was 1,000,001. It's 1,076,000, 1,017,000.
But if you are comparing it to 133 Road and this is Ronique, I mean, that sold at 880. So,
Yeah, but
But
when
then
he
again, it
adjusts,
does-
this is Kathleen, when he adjusted it at the bottom, he adjusts to 1,000,000. He took, because it was a pre-COVID
Right.
sale, so he added 50,000 for that. It's a smaller home. He added, you know, that's 1,900 square feet versus 2,400. So he made his adjustments, the basement, you know, the fireplace, a few other things. He did his time adjustments, which he said the banks are requiring him to do. Was on the market for, you know, 37 days. I don't know. I just kind of like that comp. That's me. I had to pick one rather than taking an average. I'm always not crazy about the average.
makes sense.
Well, let's just have,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, Paulette.
So naturally, we picked the most expensive one so we can get a higher value. It's an average of the 3. He worked his numbers. I know you're sick of hearing it, so this is it. I'm saying it for the last time on this one. The value that he came up with was 900,000. That's what the guy asked for. That's what the number should be. We don't get to choose one because I've never seen us choose the lowest one. Let's choose the lowest one this time. That'll never happen.
Okay, let's call a vote. All those in favor of granting the requested amount of $900,000, raise your hand. Paulette, is your hand up?
Yep, it's up. It's up now. Yep.
All those opposed, raise your hand. Any abstentions, raise your hand. The vote is 3-4, 1 against, and 1 abstention.
No.
uh, 1 for, 3 against, and 1 abstention. Thank you for correcting me. The abstention is Catherine Giff, and the opposed is Paulette.
Let's say that again. What?
No, the 4 is Paulette.
I was 4.
4, I'm sorry. 4, Paulette was 4, and I'm getting a little tired, I guess. And Catherine is an abstention. And there were 3 denials. Opposed. All right.
Harold, excuse me, I'm confused. What was the end? What was the outcome?
There's 1 in favor, you were in favor, 3 opposed, and Catherine abstained.
Unbelievable. Thank you. Ridiculously unbelievable, but thank you.
Thank you. The next one, since we're getting into the spirit of it, is 69 Edward Street. Presented by Greg Lane. The house was lifted.
I'm sorry, could I have the appeal number?
Yes, I'm sorry. The appeal number is 456.
Yeah.
The address is 69 Edward Street. The owner is Monica Flanagan. An appraisal was presented by Greg Lane. I make a motion to grant the requested value of $875,000. Do I have a second?
This is Kathleen.
I
I'll
can
second it.
second.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Kathleen has
You're fine.
seconded it.
Before you present this one, actually, I just want to let you guys know, there's no assessment on this. And if this is coming from, this is assessment 446, right?
456.
Sorry. Thank you. That's why. Got it. Thanks.
Quite all right. I did ask Mr. Lane what the most comparable comp is of the group that he presented, and he did say 133 Rhoda Avenue. So if you wish to take a look on page 5, first comp. We can see a very interesting anomaly. As we can recall from the very previous appeal, Mr. Lane had that property valued at $1,750,000. In this comp, he has it valued at $895,750.
Well,
Why do we think that disparity exists?
Harold, the purpose of the appraiser's report is to adjust the comparable property to the subject property. So he's using it for a different property. He's not giving an appraisal of Rhoda Avenue. He's adjusting it to the subject property. So
I
in the
see.
previous one, he had to make a lot of adjustments to its price because it was, so different from the subject property. Here, the net adjustment line is quite small. He really doesn't have to adjust it much to the subject property. So that's where that comes.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much.
I will, go on the record, which was why I had to abstain. I do prefer, and Paulette, don't get too mad at me because I am not an appraiser, but it does make it easier for me when the adjusted prices are brought into a more, a less diverse or less, a lesser range of numbers. If all the adjustments could be made in the chart and then I can come out with a more uniform, that does help me as a non-licensed appraiser. It's just a presentation. But Harold, it shouldn't have the same value from appraiser to appraiser, He's
I
not
appreciate the explanation.
Rhoda
This is Harold. I'm getting an education here and I appreciate it. So I will understand better the next time I look at these comps relative to different properties. I understand now. This homeowner did get a reduction as a result of the informal hearing. The town still has it valued at $1,022,000. The requested value is $875,000. I open it for further discussion. This house is FEMA compliant. Comparing it with houses that we have heard of previously. Any further discussion? If not,
No, this is Kathleen. I just wanted to look at the condition factor again. He had this one as above average, which I believe is less than good. So he adjusts for $100,000 for the condition of the home. So, and also the age, is it 7.5 years old or is it 75 years old? And he's just got an extra period in there. I'm thinking it's 75 years old because he didn't really make an adjustment for the age. It just looks like it might be a typo. Anybody see that?
are you talking about, this is Harold, 69 Edward Street?
Yes.
Well, it's
Yeah,
sold,
on his,
it's
on
sold
his
September
appraisal,
It sold in 2011 for $800,000, so it's at least that old.
yeah, I think he meant to type 75 and he typed 7,5. So he took $100,000 off of the Rhoda Avenue for condition. So is the Rhoda one a much nicer house inside? Other than that, I'm not seeing, this one's a little bit bigger than the Rhoda. Everything else, central air, everything else is pretty similar in terms of, fence versus the fence. He gave them $5,000, for the fence. FEMA compliant, they're both FEMA compliant. It's probably, again, close to the beach where the other ones were a little bit further away. So he came up with $895. And I guess my question is the condition that bad to warrant $100,000 off of the $880, because he had to time adjust it by 52.8, right? He bumped the time because the sale of the Rhoda was March. It was a what we consider a pre-COVID sale. So he added 50 there, but then he took 100 off for the condition of the home, even though the square footage is not that much different. So that's why it looks, cape to cape. I'm not complaining about anything else. I just want to make sure, did he mention that it's, that the interior is not in good shape? So I'm just going to look at the pictures of 133 Rhoda and then I'll be able to vote. So.
This is Harold, while you're looking. As I look at this house, it does say that it is 1.5, well, I'm not sure. Yes, one and a half stories, okay? But it looks, so it's not considered a raised ranch because it has a half floor above. Is that correct? Is that what the difference between a raised ranch and a cape? Or one of the reasons? Just for my own edification.
This is Kathleen. Is that a question for Ross?
Yes, I'll direct it to Ross. Is the definition of a raised ranch versus a cape the fact that there is additional space above the main floor?
Well, a raised ranch would have area that's normally a basement that's partially above grade and typically finished. I'm trying to look at a picture of this.
Well, if you look at the picture of this is maybe a, just extra conversation at 69 Edward Street. Just again, for my own edification to understand.
Yeah.
Regarding
I think I would consider this a ranch.
A raised ranch above the garage, right? Okay. In answer to the previous question, this house was originally built in 1957. So that's where you get the added years, but obviously it was rebuilt, remodeled.
No. So this is Kathleen. I'm just reading the description on MLS of the comp, the Rhoda Avenue comp. And it just says that it has great bones, is functional and comfortable, but needs some updating and floor plan revision. Original windows, roof, and cedar siding replaced in 2006. Kitchen was expanded and remodeled in 2006, creating a desirable open chef's kitchen, but there's no pictures online at kitchen. Large screen porch, It says there are plans to basically remodel it and take it up and do a lot, but that has not happened yet. So great opportunity in the beach area. So this description to me doesn't, and they didn't show a lot of the listing, at least on Realtor.com, isn't really showing any interior pictures. It's sort of showing the plans of how you can remodel it and make it bigger. So I just don't know that, again, looking at the pictures of 69 Edward, is it $100,000 difference in the quality of the interior of that house? And this one's really bad inside, the sub, and I don't mean bad, but that it's in a lot worse shape than, something else that needs updating and has great bones. Not sure. And this is bigger. And it is FEMA compliant, right?
Yes, it was raised in 2017.
Yeah, so, it's tough because the pictures are. Somebody let me.
Well, for the subject house, the pictures show quite good condition, newer mechanicals, on-demand hot water heater, things like that, what have you. I will call this to the vote. All in favor of granting the motion to approve the requested value of $875,000, raise your hand. I have 3 in favor of the reduction. All those opposed, raise your hand. I have 2 opposed. The motion is carried to grant the appeal to be reduced to $875,000 on appeal number 456. The vote is 3 in favor of granting the appeal, 2 opposed. The motion is carried. And I think that this is probably a good place to end our session this evening at 9 o'clock, or 8:59, if you will. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll second that motion. This is Ronique.
The motion was made by who? Paulette?
No, but I wouldn't have
Seconded.
had enough.
Okay, Paulette makes a motion and is seconded by Ronique. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. We don't have to vote on the motion to adjourn, right? Or do we? I'm sorry. Catherine?
Let's vote. Let's vote.
Let's
Why
vote.
not?
Let's
Fastest
vote
vote ever.
unanimously. All those in favor of adjournment, raise your hand. Thank you, folks. Have a good evening.
You too.
Let me just mention that we do
No.
have deliberations again tomorrow evening, and some people are scheduled for hearings in the morning as well. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Night, Russ. Yep.
Good night. No, I'm out of here. Thank you. Good night, Harold.
Good night.
Kathy.
Thank you for your help.
This session is no longer being